And these are countries in the South Mediterranean, in Africa, where there is a digital divide already. And then we know it. I mean, they don't have the same infrastructures like in developed countries. They don't have the deep pockets to ensure that they can pay for high costs of the digital transformation. And obviously, the leaders in these transformations are developed countries. Also, China has been doing a lot in this area. And clearly, we will see in the future a lot of those developments that might change our economies and also our societies. As a Euro-Mediterranean and African network for economic studies, we've been trying really to bridge research, policy, and also trying to respond to societal challenges over those years. Our network has been there for now since 2014, so it's almost 10 years. And then the whole idea of the network was really to bring research into policy making and in terms of responding to those societal challenges. And I'm very proud to say that I mean, this has survived over the years, and nowadays we can say that we are working together to ensure that our research is really brought over into clear solutions for the challenges that we are facing. So throughout this conference, we will delve into essential issues, and these are all into the you have seen them in the call for papers. We have received many papers for this call, and then we have selected 18 papers for presentation of the three days. But at the same time, I discussed with Sandra this year, and we thought that we could have more case studies. I think we need to have more applied research in the market, not only papers that are published and they allow the possibilities to be published in academic journals. And we're also happy that last year papers that were presented in the EMANES conference were published in Economic Notes, and our colleague Giovanni Ferri, who will join us also online, will probably bring some inputs there for this year Economic Note edition. But our idea is really to think that we are trying to also bridge into actions, case studies, and that's what I want to say. Today we have a very interesting case study from South Africa, and a solution that is very innovative, that is already operating in the market, and it has allowed to help the informal sector to formalize in a very decentralized way using blockchain technologies. The last day, I think Friday, we also have case studies on edutech, and how edutech could be a frontier sector that would not only serve in terms of enhancing human capital, but also bring capital and also really take into consideration those digital transformations. So throughout this conference, we will delve onto key questions, how digital transformation is revolutionizing labor market and industries. We have a policy session tomorrow led by my colleague Sensi Al-Sidi on labor market, future of skills, and this is also essential for diving into this journey. And also the role of education and skill development to prepare for the future jobs of tomorrow in the era of artificial intelligence. Also the need to create policies, regulations that also ensure that there is inclusivity, particularly for the youth, women and unprivileged communities. And also to strategies to enhance regional integration cooperation, since we are dealing also with Euromed and Africa. This is essential that this divide is not really becoming bigger, and that the digitalization transformation will also ensure that there is this kind of convergence that we are aspiring for. So this is also very important. Of course, digitalization brings huge opportunities to overcome, of course, the barriers that we have in terms of growth. This is really a great technological break that could be used for our economies, but also for the way we live, the way we learn. And as I said before, nowadays the technologies are huge and they are evolving very, very fast. And this means that it creates also some stress on our brain health, because the changes are far too fast and we need to adapt mentally, and also we need to adapt in terms of reskilling and upskilling. And this is also important for the economies that are not necessarily reliant on those tools. So with this, I wanted to thank all the researchers that have shared their original work with us for presentations. We had pleasure to really select those papers that will be presented over the next couple of days. We also have a prize for the best papers, and I think we have three prizes. So practically, we will select those at the end of the conference. That's Friday, and then these prizes will, of course, allow the researchers to go to conferences to present their work, manuscripts, and at the same time to enhance their capabilities in their own specific research and expertise areas. I don't know if I forgot anything, Sandra, but beyond this, I want to thank Sandra because the coordinator of EMANES, and she has been really great in organizing all this process. It's a heavy process, and I think you are all proud that we are part of this, and all the EMEA and EMANES team, and all the members of the scientific board and the advisory board of EMEA and EMANES, and the co-chairs of this conference in CLCD, who is not with us now, Najat Al-Makawi, Raul Ramos, and Giovanni Ferri. And okay, so we are all here. So with this, welcome again to this EMANES conference, and we will start our actually it's our second day because we had our pre-conference yesterday, and I really encourage you to visit this recording of the webinar yesterday. And exactly, it's harnessing the simultaneous booms of artificial intelligence and neurotechnology, how the brain economy can guide us toward global flourishing. And it was very, very interesting discussion, and it is accessible freely on EMEA website. So you can, for whoever didn't see this, it's very interesting. So with this, I would like to welcome my friend and member of the advisory board of Euro-Mediterranean Economies Association, Raja Al-Marzouki. Raja, he is online. We can see you here, Raja. Raja, he's the Chief Economic Advisor at the Ministry of Economy and Planning at the MEP Saudi, and then General Coordinator of the Gulf Cooperation Council Chief Negotiation at for the Arab Gulf States. Raja, thank you very, very much for taking the time. Today, we would have loved to have you here in Barcelona like other times, but next year you promise you're coming. So I take this promise, and I know this is going to be a promise in front of everybody. So thank you very much for being with us. And I also want to say that Raja has recently published a book, and you can tell a bit about your book. I'm not going to do marketing for your book because for sure it's great. So Raja, the floor is yours. We are all ears for you.
Reem, thank you so much. I missed to be there. Yes, I promise. And now you put a lot of witnesses on my promise, which is making it a little bit difficult for me. I must be there next year. So I'll try my best, and I hope I'll be there. I missed this gathering. It's my pleasure to meet you all here virtually, and also to meet my friend Ricardo. Been a long time. We met several times. Now I think we need to meet again. I might be in DC and the United States later on, and we'll arrange it. Good afternoon, everyone. And I really welcome all of you on this annual gathering, which is I felt is a gathering of innovative thinkers, gathering of strong researchers that will help the whole region. I think we are extremely in need for that, specifically on this time where a lot of change going on economically and globally and in geopolitics, where we need a researcher to help policymakers to find their way out of this big mess going on. And one of the issue, which just Reem raised the flag about, the innovations and AI, and a lot of things going on as part of the digital economy and digitalizations that we need to deal with it. I think we're still in early stage in how to adapt it in our economy. The book Reem just mentioned that published before a month, I co-authored with my close friend, Professor John Matthews. It's regarding innovation and economic development. This is the book, which I'm not encouraging everyone to buy it. So just only get some information about it. So we tried to discuss how important the innovation. One of the reasons actually I focused on this one after becoming a GCC chief negotiator and work closely with the GCC countries, I found out most of these countries and also in the Middle East, their focus on more in the import substitutions and protections the economy and a little bit less on the R&D and innovation. So we thought innovations is extremely important to bring it to the table. We discuss in 10 chapters issues related to innovations. The target of the book mainly is not as a textbook, but as a supplementary book and for policymakers to understand the issue in more simple language, more than our complicated math and models as an economist. So the first chapter, we discuss the innovation and educations and competitiveness, where we try to link how the education is affecting the innovations and how this issue will affect the competitiveness of the economy. Then we discuss the institutional foundations and significance of women innovators. We brought many examples of women innovators on the book, mentioned how it's really affecting our current life. Then we discussed cultures and values supporting innovations, because innovations at the end, it's part of how the culture think about innovators and how it supports inside the cultures. So it's a culture issue, also has some angle affecting and positively push the innovation if it's toward the innovation. Global diffusions of innovation in ecosystems. So innovation is part to innovation to be successful. Then you need to the whole ecosystem more related to this one and make it possible. And it's come from the R&D, where you have the ecosystem for R&D that has its own way to innovators and entrepreneurs to utilize some of this research and have some innovative idea out of this R&D. Innovations in global finance, we're seeing a lot of things going on, either in fintech or in conventional finance. And we discuss how this affects also the growth of the economy and financing innovations and financing R&D in different way. Innovation in also economic growth and competitiveness, how it's driving innovations. So is it innovation driving the economic growth or economic growth driving the innovation? So we talk about how this interrelated issue get together to affect our economy. Also diffusions of innovations, where is diffusions on the whole economy and has its effect. Multinational corporation and entrepreneurial innovations, where this links between entrepreneurs and multinational companies, specifically who coming with a lot of ability of research. AI, we discuss AI and creativity and innovation, how it's helped and how is it affecting us, how does it work? What's the risk down the road? Maybe the current generation knowing much and they can utilize AI. But then I'm a little bit worried in the future, new generation who heavily depends on AI, and they might feel less important to them to learn, as AI will do most of the job. So AI will drive us, as Professor Reem mentioned, more than we utilizing the AI to improve our productivity and increase the accuracy through our engagement and managing the AI, not let the AI manage us. The book published by Taylor & Son Rochefeld in their series of economic and innovation studies. I'm happy next time, maybe when I come, to bring a few copies with me. So hopefully I'll have enough copy at that time before I come to Madrid. Again, thank you so much for give me this opportunity to engage with you, and welcome all of you, and wish you pleasures and fruitful discussions on days ahead. Thanks, Reem. Back to you.
Thank you, Raja, for the introduction. I mean, Madrid is great, but Barcelona is better. So we are Madrid. In Barcelona.
Okay, Barcelona. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we wait for you in Barcelona, not in Madrid, not yet.
Okay.
So thank you very much for sharing your your insight from the book, and certainly we look forward to read it. So we wait for your copies. But then I wanted to make one point, which came from the discussion yesterday at the pre-conference webinar. And then this is a role of brain skills over time to tackle the challenges that we are facing in terms of this digitalization transformation. And AI particularly, So we need to develop new skills that are beyond I would say, the education type of skills that we have gotten. But for example, creativity, resilience, emotional intelligence, and also interacting with this type of algorithms. And one of the neuroscientists, because this is also work that we are trying to do between economists and neuroscience since now a couple of years, it's the whole idea of algorithmic literacy. And this is something that we haven't had in our curricula, algorithmic literacy, but then to beat, in fact, the artificial intelligence and to be able to drive them rather than the way around. So I don't know, these are also some things to reflect on. Raja, we've been talking about it together since a couple of years, but then now there is a much more, I would say, understanding between the two communities, which are economists and neuroscientists. So it would be very interesting there to start thinking how we could advance this inter and multidisciplinarity in that sense. So thank you very, very much, and thank you for being with us. So our keynote speech for the EMANES conference, I have the pleasure to welcome Ricardo Hoffman from the Harvard Kennedy School. Ricardo, I met at the Ideas Lab of CEPS last year, and I was really impressed of your speech. And then we have had a quick talk, and I mentioned to you our annual conference. So Ricardo, he's the founder and director of the Harvard Growth Lab and the Rafiq Hariri Professor of Practice of International Political Economy at the Harvard Kennedy School. So working mainly also on complexity, economic growth, and you have huge knowledge on our region, developing countries. So a pleasure to have you with us on screen, and hopefully also we will see you face to face one of those days, maybe in Barcelona or maybe in Brussels or wherever. So thank you for being with us. Ricardo, the floor is yours. Yeah, unmute, please, Ricardo.
Thank you very much for this invitation and for this kind introduction. You don't know how much I regret not being there, not only to meet you all in person, but maybe to catch a Barcelona game. I'm an old-time fan, and maybe eat a fideuà. So I'll miss it, but maybe next time. Let me share my screen. Share. So I hope you're seeing my screen well. You know, technology is something that's advancing at an increasing pace worldwide, and before we ask ourselves too many questions about what are we going to do in order to absorb the next a round of technological innovations, I wanted to set the stage in terms of how have we been adopting technologies in the past. So I have a set of reflections to make on that. So I'm going to start with analyzing the puzzle of what I call the puzzle of economic convergence, the puzzle of technology, and now end with two ideas to make progress. So let me start from the very basics. We know that we care about GDP per capita because that's the income per capita that people have to live on. GDP per capita, we can decompose it as the working age population as the share of the total population. So that depends on demography and so on, how many people are of working age, how many people are young, how many people are old. Times, how many of those of working age are actually working. So call it the employment rate. And that multiplied by how productive are people when they work. Okay, so these are three components. And how productive are people when they work depends on three factors: how much human capital they have, how educated they are, with how much capital they're working, and with how much technology they're working on. How good is the technology they're working with. So this allows us to kind of track our progress in these fields. It's all based on this idea of this neoclassical production function. And in this neoclassical production function, there's output on one side. It all comes from a black box. And in the black box, we put technology, we put capital, we put labor, we put human capital, and out comes a product on the other side. So what I showed you before is, how much capital people are working with, how much labor per capita there is, how much human capital, etc. So these things are going to evolve over time because of some social trends. And here there's a virtuous cycle I'm going to present. I'm going to start the virtuous cycle with better health. Better health tends to make families desire fewer children because now they know that the children are going to survive because there's better health. Fewer children means lower dependency ratio, so more people of working age. It means that now women are more able to participate in the labor force, so more female participation, and more education, including more female education. And in most countries in the world, including the MENA region, now women have more education than men. And obviously, if women get more education, it also increases the opportunity cost of not working. So it also goes into higher female labor force participation. All of this generates more workers per capita. More educated people want to prefer urban areas where they can mix their knowledge with other people's knowledge to make more things. Easier adoption of technology, and all of that should lead to higher incomes. And with higher incomes, you can invest more in better education and so on. So I'm going to check how much progress we've been doing in all of these underlying determinants of this development process. And I'm going to document a generalized trend towards convergence, massive convergence. So for example, I'm going to illustrate, this is true for most countries in the world, or most developing countries in the world. I'm going to illustrate it with my region, Latin America, and the MENA region. I could have put other regions, but just to illustrate. And this is what's been happening to a bunch of variables. In particular here, it's life expectancy. I'm measuring life expectancy vis-a-vis the US. Not that the US is particularly good in life expectancy, but it's a way to compare across all of these very disparate measures I'm going to show you. So there's massive convergence in health outcomes. Even in fertility rates, there's a massive convergence towards US fertility rate. So the US is at 1. So you see the MENA region also has converged a lot. It remains somewhat like 50% above US levels. Latin America has converged more, but there's a trend towards convergence. This is labor force. This is female labor force participation. There's a trend for convergence in Latin America. There's somewhat of a trend for convergence, less marked than in Latin America, in the MENA region, but at least there's no trend for divergence. So there's more female labor force participation at much lower levels in the MENA regions, and that's a topic maybe to discuss. So when we look at overall labor force participation, Latin America has converged, essentially because we have more people of working age and women are now working. So there's the same rate of workers per capita. In the MENA region, there has been some convergence, not necessarily in the last few years, but there's been a trend for convergence in labor force participation. There's a trend for convergence in university enrollment and enrollment in tertiary education. Okay, so you see so human capital, if you want, is converging. Urbanization rates are also on a convergent trend. Again, Latin America has converged more than MENA, but the trends are in the same direction. And capital output ratios have more than converged. So now there's actually more of an investment effort in our regions than in the US. So this means that essentially we're converging in workers per capita, we're converging in education per worker, we're converging in capital per worker, we're converging. So we're converging in everything. Ergo, we should expect convergence in GDP per capita. But that's not what we observe. We observe no trend for convergence in GDP per capita. So this is, if you want, the puzzle. How come we're converging in all the underlying determinants, but not in GDP per capita? By the way, this is a general trend in the world. I have split all the countries that were the 75% poorer countries in 1980. I have looked at their evolution since 1980, and I've grouped them in quintiles of growth. So the top quintile is the yellow quintile, and then the second quintile, third quintile, fourth quintile. So you see that except for the first quintile, there has been no convergence or no significant convergence, a little bit in the second quintile, but in the other three quintiles, there has been no convergence in income per capita with the US. So this is a general trend. It's not only Latin America and the MENA region. In general, there's been very little convergence of incomes per capita, even though there's massive convergence in education, health, fertility rates, and so on. So the only way to explain this is that there has to be massive divergence in technology. Not that technology is not progressing, is that the gap in technology has to be widening to explain why convergence in all the variables does not lead to convergence in GDP per capita. It has to be divergence in technology. So this session, this meeting is about digitalization, artificial intelligence, other forms of technology. For some reason, for the last 40 years, what we've seen is technological divergence. And that's a weird thing to find, because we should expect that technology adoption should be faster than technology invention. So if you want, the advanced countries are inventing new technologies, that's like writing a book. And what we need to do is adapt that technology, so we don't have to invent it, we just have to adopt it. And in principle, that's like reading a book. In principle, we should be able to read faster than the world writes. No, typically it took Raja much longer to write the book than it will take us to read it, right? So there should have been convergence in technology adoption, especially if education levels and university education levels are converging and so on, but that hasn't happened. So it begs the question of what the hell is this technology we're talking about, and why is it that it goes with technological divergence? We get a small taste of this here. I'm putting tertiary education, scientific publications per capita, and patents per capita. You see that there is significant convergence in tertiary education, much less convergence in scientific publications per capita, and no convergence in patents, zero convergence in patents. The Middle East and North Africa numbers are a little bit inflated because the MENA region includes Israel in the World Bank's classification. So it already says, yes, we can converge in education. We're not necessarily converging in technology, adaptation, innovation, and so on, like patents and so on. Now, this is not necessary for all developing countries. Here is the case of Korea. Korea is now publishing scientific papers at the same rate as the US, and it's patenting at 4 times the rate of the US, even though it started in 1980 with numbers that would resemble very much the numbers of the MENA region or Latin America. So a different path is probably possible. So this is how you would describe the world if you start with a production, with a neoclassical production function. I'm going to say that maybe this is not the most useful way of parsing the world, that maybe there's a different way of parsing the world. This is a very classical, if you want, a very Greek way of parsing the world. It assumes that the world is made out of some fundamental substances like earth, water, air, and fire. That's how the Greeks describe the world. But maybe the world is not made out of that. Maybe the world is made out of atoms. And the interesting thing about saying that the world is made out of atoms is that these atoms may combine. And they combine to create structures that have properties very different from the properties of atoms. This is a property of a molecule, and maybe more complicated molecules like DNA giving rise to cells, and maybe multicellular organisms like this cute thing here, and maybe collections of these organisms like you might see here. And if you put enough of these organisms together, you may get something like a major city. So the idea is that by combining these atoms, you get new things that have properties that are not the properties of the underlying things, so new emergent properties, and that maybe a description of this form might be more useful in trying to make sense of what the story is about. So let me give you a brief interpretation of what technology is. I'm going to say that technology is the knowledge we use to transform the world from the way the world is to the way we want the world to be. You probably have noticed that there's no such thing as a hamburger tree. If you want to eat a hamburger, you have to transform the world from where it is to how you want it. You want it in the shape of a hamburger, or maybe a fideuà would be even better. But there are no fideuà trees. You need to transform the world. And to transform the world, you might need energy, you might need materials, but especially you need to know how to transform the world. And that knowledge of how to do things in the world, that's what we call technology. And this technology is going to take 3 forms. It's going to take the form of embodied knowledge in tools and materials. The knowledge necessary to make the tool is in the tool. You don't need to know how to make the tool to use the tool. You can use the knowledge of making the tool because it's already in the tool, right? So you save yourself, if you want, mental space by just using things that embody knowledge. There's codified knowledge in codes, recipes, formulas, algorithms, protocols, how to do manuals. And here, this knowledge exists in some symbolic space, as in this picture. And then there is tacit knowledge in brains. That is, here you have a dentist. The dentist uses tools. The dentist follows protocols, but the dentist mixes the tools and the protocols with something that's in his brain, in this case, that allows him to do things that you and I may not be able to do. And that is what we call tacit knowledge or know-how that resides in brains and only in brains. Now, tools are easy to move around, and codes are even easier to share. So if you just have a smartphone, you can connect to the cloud, and there's a lot of codes up there that you can mobilize. But tacit knowledge moves with enormous difficulty from brain to brain. And here is Rafa Nadal, who's from next door in Balearic Islands, in Mallorca, and I show him just to illustrate the fact that He knows how to play tennis, but a conversation with Rafa Nadal is not going to improve your tennis game. Know-how doesn't move like information. It moves through a slow process of repetition, imitation, feedback. And Malcolm Gladwell says it takes 10,000 hours to become good at something. 10,000 hours at 40 hours a week is about 5 years. So it takes a long time to put know-how into brains. Now, you might say, by the way, when you talk about digitalization, you essentially are saying we want to put the know-how in brains, transform it into codes, and maybe put it into a tool. So we're liberating the use of knowledge from having to be in brains. So before, if you wanted to be a London cab driver, you needed to have to take a course, a 2-year course where they teach you all the names of all the streets and in which direction they go, and you have to pass exams and so on. And after you finish those 2 years, they give you a license to drive in London. You could not drive with that license in Liverpool or in Manchester because the streets have different names, they go in different directions, etc. But now all of that is in Waze, in Google Maps, etc. That knowledge has been digitalized. If you no longer need it to be in the brain, it can be in a tool, and that frees what has to be in the brain. Now, how much knowledge do you need to implement technology? Well, it depends. You might say that this lady has the knowledge to implement that technology in the background, but that would be wrong, because in order to implement that technology, you need all these other people. That is, technology, it does not need individual knowledge. Technology needs distributed team knowledge, different bits of knowledge in different heads. So some businesses can be run maybe by a family. These are all family businesses. The knowledge necessary to run these businesses might reside in those families. No family can make any of these products. And you might say that no country can make this product. This product uses so much knowledge that it has to be made by all of these companies across all of these geographies, and all of them have to come together to make this product, because the knowledge necessary to make the turbines is so different from the knowledge necessary to make the landing gears, or the toilets, or the carpets, or the seats, or the avionics, etc. This means that modern technology does not necessarily imply big groups. This is a very big company, but they're all sort of using the same bit of knowledge. And you can realize that by imagining that you're moving a worker in different positions in this production process. Nothing much will happen because they're more or less all doing the same thing. But if you try to move people around here, you will hear the difference, right? That each one is bringing a different skill together, and the output is the combination of all that knowledge. So I would put it to you that modern technology tends to have this feature, that it's the aggregation of very distributed knowledge across many different heads. So I'm trying to capture this intuition by what we like to call the Scrabble theory of economic development, which says that just as with atoms, production is about putting knowledge together. So production is like a word. Products are like words, and they're made by putting letters together. And these letters are kind of like atoms of knowledge. Okay, so if you only have one letter, there aren't too many kinds of words you can put together. Here, you could only put one word together. If I give you these 3 letters, now you can put 4 words together and 3-letter words. If I just give you 1 extra letter, now you can make 9 words and 4-letter words. And if I give you these 10 letters, according to the Scrabble website, you can make 595 words, and you can make words that are up to 10 letters long. So the way I would like to describe the world is that the world is composed of 3 kinds of objects. One kind of object is these letters, these productive capabilities, this humanized form of tacit knowledge, if you want, the hard thing that is hard to move around. The world is made out of places. And places are characterized by the subset of letters that they possess. And then the world is made out of products, things humans make, and those are just combinations of letters, okay? So if this is the description of the world, then we would expect to see that places are able to make the products for which they have the letters. Now, notice this is already very interesting that here we're observing that this place has a lot of letters and this place has few letters. Now, this place that has a lot of letters has what it takes to make all 5 products in this chart. So it will be more diversified. It has what it takes to make more words. This one that has very few letters is only able to make 1 word. Okay? So diversification is going to be a reflection of how many letters you have. If you look at this from the other side, some of these products are long words and others are short words. The long words are going to be harder to make. You need more letters to be able to make them. And notice that these 2 are only made by 1 country, and it's the country that has a lot of letters. And because it has a lot of letters, it's the diversified country. This word is a short word. And because it's a short word, it can be made by many countries. So it's made by 3 countries. We call the number of countries that can make a product, we call it the ubiquity of the product. So this would say countries that have a lot of letters are more diversified and they make things that are harder to make, things that are made in fewer places, things that are less ubiquitous. When we take this to the world, that's exactly what we find. This is how many products on average are made by a country, and this is how ubiquitous, how many other countries make what you make. And you see that the rich countries, here is Spain, they make many things, and things that are made in few places. Japan makes fewer things, but things that are even more rare than those made in Spain. Taiwan, even more rare, right? And then the poor countries tend to be over here. This is South Sudan, etc. They make few things and things that are done in many places. And this is the MENA region. Here I've highlighted it in red, okay? So, by the way, these are municipalities in Chile. You find this is Santiago and Metro Santiago here, and this is where the penguins live in Chile. These are states in Mexico, same story. These are districts in Colombia. These are cities in Turkey. So here is Istanbul. Here's the north, the southeastern Kurdish region. These are regions in Saudi Arabia. So here's Riyadh. On this edge, they make more things than others. So this is a tool that allows us to figure out how complex our products. A product is complex if it's made in few places and places that make many things, and so you find that machines of this kind and chemicals are more complex than crude oil and cocoa beans and so on. And we can calculate how complex are different countries. And this is a heat map of this complexity index. We find that complexity is correlated with income per capita. And we find also that deviations in this relationship are predictive of future growth. For example, here you have India. You would have expected India to be richer than it is given the letters that it has. And here is Greece. We would have expected Greece to be poorer than it is given the letters that it has. This was done with data for 2008. We know what happened since. We know that India has been growing very fast, and Greece has a GDP per capita now lower than it did in 2008. So actually, this suggests that the number of letters you have predicts your future growth. So here, I'm showing you the same graph I showed you before of which countries converge and which countries didn't. So these are, quintiles of growth, and only the top quintile converged. That's also the quintile that converged in terms of complexity, in terms of technology. And notice that the ranking of these countries shows the same ranking as here. So complexity seems to drive growth. And unfortunately, complexity has not been going in the right direction. It has been falling in Latin America. It fell a lot in the MENA region. It's now recovering. So if you want to be positive about the MENA region, there's like an upward trend in the last decade, and that's positive. But we would associate this to to explain why there hasn't been very little convergence. The Scrabble metaphor suggests a path for progress, and the idea is that progress involves solving this chicken and egg problem, and the chicken and egg problem comes from the fact that you cannot do the things that you don't know how to do, and you don't know how to do the things you don't do. So how do you start doing things that you don't know how to do? If you do them, you have to know how to do them, but you don't know how to do the things you don't do. How can you start making watches if you don't have watchmakers? But how do you become a watchmaker in a place that doesn't make watches? And that problem is a central problem in technology adoption. I'm going to say it's a problem related to this classification problem. Here you have a bear, a lion, and a zebra, and I would ask you to classify these animals. Which ones would you think are closely related to each other? Which one is different? And some people say that the zebra and the lion are from Africa, or that the zebra eats grass and the lion and the bear don't eat grass. But if you use the Scrabble theory, you would realize that a zebra is just a bear with an extra Z. So a bear with an extra Z gives you a zebra. So if you wanted to move from bear to zebra, you just need to add one letter. If you wanted to go from bear to lion, you start with 4 letters you don't need, and you need 4 letters you don't have. So this gives the sense that some transformations are going to be easier than others because they involve solving fewer coordination problems, fewer chicken and egg problems. We tried to capture this idea to make it more visible by developing this concept of the product space. The product space is if you want, a cognitive map of technological relatedness. Here you have garments in green. This is agro-processed food. Agricultural things are here in the periphery. These are construction materials. This is machineries. These are cars. These are trucks. These are chemicals. These are electronics. This, at the end of the world, with few neighbors, is oil. Here is mining at the very periphery. So some parts of the product space are very dense. So if you know how to make one kind of garment, it's easy to figure out how to make other kinds of garments. So this is kind of like very closely related. If you know how to make one kind of machinery, you can make other kinds of machinery. But if you know how to make oil, it doesn't necessarily prepare you to make other things, because the knowledge needed to make oil does not necessarily translate easily into other things. So with this, we can figure out where a country has technology, has absorbed the capacity to make things. And here I'm showing you the same product space, but highlighting where in this product space, in my home country, Venezuela, has capacity. And you see there's very few colored nodes, particularly this big node here is oil. I'm comparing now Venezuela, say, to Mexico. You see that Mexico has many more things lighting up, so it has absorbed much more technology and so on. They know how to make more things. In Mexico is a country of 130 million people. You might say, well, that maybe it's because Mexico has more people than Venezuela. But let me compare Mexico to Austria, and Austria here has even more color. So it's not really about scale. Austria is a much more diversified country than Mexico. It makes more things and more complicated things than Mexico. But it allows us to figure out where is your capacity, what is near your capacity, and which things are more like bear to zebra that you can find a development path to move on. So let me make 2 ideas to make progress. The first one is move to the adjacent possible. That is, try to figure out where you are and what things are near the things that you already know how to do. Figure out your adjacent possible. You can use our tools, the Atlas of Economic Complexity and other similar tools to make progress in this direction. Try to find out things that you can do by absorbing a new letter. Say, maybe the new letter is some kind of digitalization. If given what you know how to do plus digitalization, what other words would appear? That's the first idea. And the second idea is the importance of skilled migration, skilled return migration, the importance of diasporas. I'm going to make a point of this because I told you that moving know-how into brains is a slow process. It takes 10,000 hours, Malcolm Gladwell said, as I mentioned before, but it really takes very little time to move brains. So it is much faster to move know-how, to move brains than it is to move know-how into brains. And human mobility is central to technological diffusion and adoption. And I want to highlight that by stressing a statistic that is often not very much mentioned, and that's how Silicon Valley does it. How does Silicon Valley innovate? Well, 54% of STEM workers in Silicon Valley are foreign-born. Okay, so it means that it's not that Silicon Valley creates a lot of talent, it's that Silicon Valley attracts a lot of talent. Now, the other 46% are not Californians, even though California is a state that has 40 million people. So it's bigger than most states. Only 18% are Californians. So the idea is that in order to mobilize technology, you need to mobilize brains. You need to attract brains. Brains you can attract through migration. Brains you can attract by the fact that you have a diaspora that is maybe making watches in another country, say in Switzerland, and now you have watchmakers because you have a diaspora in countries that make watches. So you can absorb that knowledge either by the diaspora staying where it is or by the diaspora coming back. So we've done a lot of work on the importance of migration and technology mobilization, technology adoption. Most countries that we have looked at have extremely restrictive immigration policies that are biased against high-skill immigration. Even, for example, in Jordan, you have to be a citizen, to be a doctor, to be an engineer. In other countries, you have to be a citizen to be a university professor. So there are many restrictions to the movement of knowledge that are self-imposed by the countries themselves. Professionals require some kind of accreditation, and countries are extremely tough at accrediting foreigners. So the movement of technology implies movement of brains, and we can do much better in moving brains. Let me stop there, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Very inspiring thoughts, and I like very much your last point on moving brains and technology. I think brains, in fact, if we look at the neuroscience, I mentioned in my comment that we are trying to connect economics and neuroscience to better understand this brain and understanding what type of brains we want to move to increase the technology absorptions in our economies and societies. So, and I've been learning about this over the past 4 years from my colleagues, neuroscientists, and it's impressive. It's another word which is really interesting and that can really give us a lot of new thinking about how our brain functions, what are the key circuits, and how we make it even function further to ensure that eventually all the population has the capacity to enhance their brain capabilities, you know. So, I mean, we've been discussing this. That's why yesterday we started with the pre-conference on the advances on neuroscience, neurotechnology, and AI, and how those two are interacting. And the research in this area is so interesting. And I think there is huge potential for us to better, you know, understand those circuits and understand how technology could be mainstreamed and eventually avoid this trend of divergence between countries. But of course, there is a lot to do there in terms of research and also in terms of the multidisciplinarity, because still we are tackling issues from a silo approach rather than from different type of disciplines. I don't know if there are any questions from my colleagues from the screen. Yes, I see Alex. Yes, Alex wants to have a question. Yeah, please unmute yourself. Unmute.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ricardo, I'm very inspired. Great presentation. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that technology, the way you define it as ways and methods of the know-how or doing. But what makes, in your opinion, what makes country collect a cluster of letters and able to collect that mix of letters? What does it take in order to do this? What is missing in that little technology that you blend the capital and labor with a mix of technology? What is missing there to create that fertile environment?
Sure. I think the world has put an enormous amount of attention to schooling. And I think that schooling is about, if you want, the intensity. If you think of knowledge as light, schooling is a little bit like the intensity of light. You have high intensity, low intensity. You have more, less. Okay. But light not only has intensity, it has spectrum, it has color. It's the color of light. And what I want to say is that a lot of this collective knowledge is not in how much on average a person knows or how smart on average is a person. It's how diverse is the knowledge in your society, how different people have different knowledge, so the whole knows more than the individual because the others know different. So the whole knows more when people know different. So this diversification of knowledge doesn't happen in schools, right? I mean, we've spent a lot of time in the education system. I have yet to leave the education system, right? But in spite of all the time I've been in the education system, I don't know how to make shoes. I don't know how to make textiles. I don't know how to make canned food. I don't know how to make any of those things, right? Other people in the society know how to make those things. Those things are not taught in school, and they're not tested in the PISA exams. The PISA exams ask the question, how much of the same thing does everybody know? It doesn't ask the question of how heterogeneous, how different are the things that people know. So in a society, and so in an old traditional society, people knew how to plant the basic crop, how to tender the basic animals, and so on. Over the process of development, what you have is this process of division of knowledge, which was what Adam Smith talked about, the division of labor. Underpinning the division of labor really was the division of knowledge. And what you have is that a lot of what a society knows how to do, it knows how to do in its firms. It doesn't know how to do in its schools. Teachers cannot teach what they don't know. They don't know how to make shoes. So what a society knows how to do, it knows how to do in its firms. And depending on how diverse is your firm's set, your economy, that determines, what kind of roles there are in society to play, what kind of experiences you can have to acquire experience. So I think that we have been underestimating the importance of learning on the job. Because you learn, when you go to a firm, you learn what the firm knows how to do and the job that you perform. And in some firms, for example, people love to put in their curriculum that they work for McKinsey or sometimes that they work for Procter & Gamble, because in those companies, presumably you're going to learn a lot. If you work in other companies, the same year of experience doesn't teach you as much. We have not looked at how does being able to work in companies that exist in your country allows you to know the things that your country makes, right? If your country is very undiversified, there are very few things that you can learn in your country because they are making very few things. So I think that it is this process of social diversification of knowledge as expressed in firms that underpins the amount that a society can learn, and that's the reason why it's slow. You know, you might go to the US and study nuclear engineering, but if there are no nuclear plants, nuclear anything in your country, you're going to be driving Uber. So you need to match this idea of the new letter with the new word, this chicken and egg problem that I was talking about. And that's what has slowed us down, I think, in the process of acquiring and using knowledge.
I agree, and I think foreign direct investment was a good vehicle for that transfer of knowledge but for the lucky countries that were able to attract foreign direct investment.
I fully agree. Foreign direct investment is a company that knows how to put together a word. They don't know if they can make it in your country. They don't know if they'll be able to bring together the necessary team. Maybe they can bring some expats, etc. So FDI is definitely a very important vehicle. But an important vehicle in the MENA region has been, if you want, reverse FDI. That is, if you don't know how to make something, maybe you buy a company that does. Right? And then now you kind of own that knowledge and you can figure out how you integrate that knowledge to your set. So FDI is, notice that the important thing is how knowledge moves, not how money moves. You think that I'm going to attract FDI because you're going to bring money. No. You want to attract the knowledge. Maybe the knowledge comes with the money, but if the knowledge doesn't come with the money, you can reverse it and say, I send the money to bring the knowledge, right? I buy the company, but it's the knowledge that is the focus of the conversation.
And also, if I may, the fertile environment, you can bring the knowledge, and that's the seed that you're going to grow. But if you don't have the fertile environment, that is the political system, the rule of law, all those things that is supposed to.
Yeah, I think of those as the things that allow the letters to combine, to mix, right? Yes. By the way, I am very impressed. The United Arab Emirates, especially Dubai, has this concept that they want to think of themselves as what they call a brain port. That it's a place where you can bring all the brains together, right? I think that captures a little bit the spirit of saying, you know, you want technology, you need to combine brains, you need to allow those brains to move. And, you know, if you didn't have a watchmaker, so you can't make watches, maybe after you have one watchmaker, maybe that watchmaker can train the next watchmakers because now your country is making watches and people can work in a company that makes watches. And that's how the knowledge will spread.
Thank you.
I have one question, actually two. One is about you mentioned at the beginning that, for instance, Korea is kind of catching up in terms of technological gap, in terms of having papers published and the patents, with the US. So I was wondering whether it's also there is a catch up in terms of salaries. Also in the case of China, we have a lot of production in many industries. So it means that there are a lot of knots in your complexity index that are connected. I was wondering whether that also leads to a closing gap in terms of salaries in China and the US. And whether, and I saw that in the graph you had some sort of, you can identify some mother technologies that are very interlinked. So can you give like a list of those that are the most important ones, that if we want to increase the number of letters, we need to invest in those sectors? So.
Yes, no, very, very good question. So China and Korea are two countries that have massively converged. I think the GDP per capita of Korea is 50 times what it was in 1960. So it's 50 times bigger per capita. So it's massive convergence in Korea. There has been massive convergence in China. I think they have been very focused on learning. and on having a policy that stimulates their companies to learn and to become better and to learn maybe through exports, because exports provide this competitive environment in which they have to be good enough to be able to export. They have been very careful in how to make sure that they learn from their international experience, from their international exposure. So, for example, in China, they have been for many years requiring that foreign companies develop joint ventures. And with the idea that the joint venture partner might eventually become independent. And there have quite a few of these joint venture partners that have become independent and have become major players on their own. So they've been very much focused on making sure not only that foreign direct investment comes, but that the knowledge stays, somehow, that it spreads. It allows other people to do other things. So I think, there's been a trend to say just, FDI is good, is great, etc. But how do we make sure that the knowledge sticks? I've been doing a lot of work on northern Mexico, and in northern Mexico, there's a lot of FDI. They do assembly and so on. There are no spin-offs. There's very little of spreading of that knowledge. These are companies that are very tied into global value chains, but what happens in Mexico is not enough to put a whole word together. It's just kind of like a syllable. And we've seen very little diversification emerging from the FDI experience. It's sort of like the knowledge is very much in control of FDI companies. It's important to worry about how that knowledge will spread. We find a similar thing in Vietnam, that the companies that are growing are inside these special economic zones. They're foreign companies, foreign focused. There's very little, maybe it's coming, but very little yet new companies that emerge from people that acquired their experience in these foreign companies. The speed at which that happens, I think, is important for the generalization of the knowledge in society.
Another one question, that's all, because we need to move on. So two, okay, but quick. So Najat and then Shahir, but quick questions.
Thank you, Rim. Thank you, Ricardo. Very nice to see you again. We met in Morocco 2 years ago. Just to, I completely agree with you about the different points that you mentioned about the no convergence in terms of GDP per capita for different regions. I think there is also one point that maybe we could discuss is about the quality of education and mainly about the gender gap. There are different countries today where girls, they do not have, even if they have access to scientific education, scientific degree, they do not study in scientific. They do not study in scientific program. So, what do you think? Do you think we could observe in few years a bigger divergence in terms of developing country due to this gap, divergence in terms of gender, having access to very good scientific education, and not only the other kind of program. And also, it could be possible to observe a country with very low tech and who will be trapped in low tech, in low technology, compared to a country where education, the quality of education and the access to girls to study also scientific areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. I have a very quick question related perhaps a bit to what Najat said, because just to to explain also the differences between the MENA region and Latin America. I was wondering to what extent, given that the MENA region, most of the MENA countries in the MENA region, they adopted more a growth model that is based on, it was a capital intensive growth model that led to a jobless growth in a certain way. So from your perspective, given that several Latin American countries also are endowed in natural resources, how can we explain this difference in performance between the MENA region that with its capital intensive, and how it can overcome also this, or it can get out of this capital intensive growth model in order to have a quicker convergence? Thank you.
Well, these are excellent questions, and let me give you some quick responses on. First, I've tried to make the quality of education explain part of the puzzle, and I have not been very successful at it, because in part of it, it's because there are too many countries that perform, that the countries that are performing well and are converging relatively quickly are not particularly good at education. And there are many countries that have made enormous progress in education that are not catching up. So the way I would put it is that the educational system has to be good enough to supply the human capital that the economy is demanding. So you can pull on a string if you want, but you cannot push on a string. If you provide a lot of this human capital and the other complements of that human capital are not there, that human capital will leave or will go to waste, right? So that's why we find in the data too many countries that perform economically well in spite of their bad educational attainment, and too many countries that perform surprisingly well. The majority of the countries have expanded education massively. They've been converging massively, and we don't see them converging in income. So I think that's why I think it's less about this quality of standard education, more about the diversity of forms of education and training that exist in society. On the gender gap, I mean, there has been massive progress in the gender gap. There's been massive improvement. I mean, in the majority of the countries in the world, women have more education than men. That's true for Latin America. That's true for the MENA region. I've done deep dives in Jordan and in Saudi Arabia on this issue, and women have significantly more education than men. There is an issue of gender gaps of a different kind, that women are expected to be teachers and nurses, and now they have to adopt other roles in society, etc. But so in some sense, the puzzle I would put is, how come we have divergence in incomes per capita, even though in many countries you have rapidly declining gender gaps? I mean, an extreme case is that of Colombia, where, in Colombia, even if you look at the number of female executives, female members of Congress, female CEOs, females in boards, etc., they're doing enormous progress there, and the country is not catching up. So to me, I think I'm enthusiastic about the fact that gender gaps in many countries are going in the right direction. I'm a little bit disappointed that that has not been enough to move the needle more. On the comparison of Latin America and the MENA region, I would say the MENA region is a little bit too diverse. It's it includes countries like Morocco and countries like Algeria, which is completely different, even though they're in the Maghreb, and countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and countries like Egypt. So it's very diverse, and it would be complicated to paint it into a single picture. But I would say in general that We have been able to export our natural resources. Natural resources are land intensive and capital intensive. We don't have production lines that are very labor intensive and or knowledge intensive or urban intensive. I mean, in many of the cities, you ask yourself the question, what is happening in the city that is sold outside of the city? What do our major cities export? And our major cities are mostly in non-tradable activities. They're very disconnected from world activity. If you look at Seoul, if you look at Shanghai, etc., there are many globally connected companies that export and so on from those cities. Typically in the MENA region and in Latin America, exports is something that is happening wherever the natural resource is. Cities are very disconnected from participating in the global economy. There are places where people consume more than places where people export. And I think let's continue developing our natural resources. It's very important that we develop ways in which we can connect our urban, highly educated people to opportunities in the world economy. And I think that digitalization, the telecommunications technology is going to make that easier. I've done some work on this very fast growth of business services that are delocalized. With COVID, we learned that things that were done in the office could be done from home, and things that can be done from home can be done from anywhere. So this, I think, is going to lead to a delocalization of some activities that used to collocate, and it's going to allow for a new globalization of tasks. I've done some deep dives in this for the UAE and for Mexico and for Colombia to try to find ways in which they can use this technology to be able to sell business services, architectural services, engineering services, design services. I mean, Accenture has 25,000 employees in Buenos Aires, Argentina, servicing the US market. So new things become tradable with these technologies, and I think that if we can channel our increasing educational levels of our urban citizens, connect them to some way of making money through exports, that will bring money into the country, into the cities, that will have a multiplier effect. I think that's one avenue that we should try to explore. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Ricardo. I don't know if you heard me, everything. So thank you very much for this presentation. And we'll continue now for our program on the academic session on finance and digitalization, shared by Sandra Sholita. She is professor at M. Lyon Business School, EMEA Research Fellow, and coordinator of EMANES. Please.
So thank you very much for the very insightful presentations. We will start maybe with the first presentation on financial well-being, bank debranching, and digital financial literacy, insights from Italian provinces. It will be presented by Doriana and Paula, or just Doriana? Doriana, okay. The floor is yours. I don't know if you want to present here or there, whatever is best for you. So we have 20 minutes presentation and 5 minutes discussion by Sami.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to accept this paper for this conference. This paper is a joint paper with Paola Bongini, that is here, and Donatella Baiardi and Emanuela Rinaldi. This paper is a paper on the bank desertification, so the decrease, the branching of bank, individual digital skills, and financial well-being in Italy. And we study this relationship at provincial level. Doesn't work from here. This doesn't work. But okay, okay, thank you. So why we focus? Okay, it's better. Okay. So why we focus on this topic? Because how you can see from these charts in Europe, but also in Italy, there is a decrease in the number of bank branches during the last years, and the phenomenon of bank debranching is changing the both the banking system, but also the relationship between customers and banks. Why we focus on Italy? Because this phenomenon is really important in Italy. And for example, the FIBA observatory, that is an observatory that is run each year, highlight that in Italy there is a very big areas where there are not a very big area where there are not bank branch. For example, this territory is large as the sum of Lombardy, Veneto, and Piedmont. And if you look at the number of people that are affected by this phenomenon, we can see that in Italy there are more than 4.4 million of people that live in municipalities without any bank branching. So when we consider the literature review, we can find the two main strands of literature. The first one is those that refer to the determinants of bank debranching, and the second one, the fields in which our study is focused, refer to the consequences of the bank debranching. With regard to the determinants, we can say that one of the most relevant determinant is the increase in the technology. So the digitalization that push obviously banks to decrease the physical access and privilege the digital access and the digital banking. But when we look at the consequences, we can see that previous studies mainly focus on the relationship between the bank debranching and the economic consequences, in particular the economic growth. And the results underline that in those areas where the number of bank branches is decreased, the economic growth decrease. And the negative effects are not only in terms of economic in general, but also in terms of the relationship between firms and banks. And in particular, when we look at the small and micro enterprises. What we do in our study? The main aim of our study is to understand the relationship between the bank, the branching, and individual financial well-being. So the first contribution of our study is that we don't look at the general economic consequence or the relationship between firms and banks, but we look at the retail customers. And we also consider the digital skills, and we try to understand if the individual digital skills can be considered as a moderator of this relationship. What we see in our results, first, we observe a negative relationship between the bank, the branching, and the individual financial well-being. And also we see that individuals that show a higher level of digital skills are less affected by this bank the branching. But it is really important to remember that the level of digital skills of individuals, and in particular of Italian adults, is really low. So we run this analysis using a model proposed by Sheridan and Nausban that try to describe what are the determinants of financial well-being. We can observe, obviously, the socio-demographic determinants, the capability, such as financial knowledge, the accessibility that in our study is the physical access, and also we consider the digital skills. To measure the digital skills, we use two different proxies. The first ones that refer to the digital use, so how many devices and for which reason individuals use this kind of device. And secondly, also the comfortability. So however these individuals use the digital device, we also want to understand if they are comfortable in use this kind of device. With regard to the financial well-being, we use the definition proposed by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in 2015, and also we base this definition on a series of other previous studies. We use 7 different questions. Each of these questions define one of the area of the financial well-being, and to create our measure, we use 2 different proxy. One is the sum of the answers that individuals provide to these questions. And the second one is the principal component analysis that is run on these 7 questions. To do it, we standardized all the questions because the answers are on different kind of scales. With regard to the bank desertification, so the bank debranching, we use also in this case 2 different proxies. The first one is the number of branches per 100,000 inhabitants in each province, Italian province. The second one is a measure that is provided by the FIBA Foundation. The FIBA Foundation each year collects information about the absence of bank branches in each Italian municipalities. And on the basis of this information, FIBA Foundation creates a rating of at provincial level. What are the information that are used to create this rating? The number of municipalities in each province that where there aren't any bank branches is, the size of this municipality in terms of kilometer squares, the number of inhabitants that live in these municipalities, and finally, the number of firms that are headquartered in these municipalities. So this is to understand what is the impact in terms of people and firms of this closure and the absence of these branches. We run our analysis on a very large sample from 2020 up to 2023, the EduFin committee, so the Committee for Planning and Coordination of Financial Education Activities in Italy, ran this survey and on about 5,000 Italian adults. However, only about 3,000 Italian adults are interviewed in each year. So to have a balanced panel, we decided to run our analysis on the subsample of 3,004 individuals from 2020 to 2023. In this table, you can see the distribution in terms of gender, age, job position, education, and geographical area of our sample. This sample is a representative sample of Italian adults population in terms of gender, age, education, and geographical area. In terms of methods, our empirical model is a multi-level regression and hierarchical regression where we include both the fixed effect and random effect. The random effect are at individual, municipality, provincial, and regional level. In terms of dependent variable, we use our two proxy of financial well-being, while we use as main independent variable the bank desertification measured as I described before. And as a control variable, we also include a series of socio-demographic variables and socioeconomic characteristics. Here you can see the relationship the correlation that we observe between financial well-being and bank branch desertification. And if we look at the correlation, we observe a correlation of 35% between the level of individual financial well-being and bank debranching at Italian provincial level. In terms of results, we can in terms of results, we can observe the first relevant results. So the relationship between bank debranching or bank desertification and individual financial well-being. We can observe a positive coefficient. This means that if the number of bank branches is higher, the level of individual financial well-being is higher. So we observe a positive relationship between the presence of bank branches in an Italian province and the level of individual financial well-being of individuals that live in such province. If we look at the other socioeconomic characteristics, we confirm what is observed by previous studies, and also in terms of financial knowledge, we observe a positive relationship. So in terms of the capabilities are important to obtain, to register a higher financial well-being. In terms of the digitalization, we try to, the first results show that when the individual have a low level of digitalization, the number of bank branches is really important. And we observe a positive relationship between the presence of bank branches and financial well-being. With regard to the digitalization, also in this case, we can observe that when the level of branches is low, the level of digital use and digital comfortability is really relevant. And we observe that individuals with higher level of digital skills that live in province with low number of bank branches show a higher financial well-being compared to those that have lower digital skills. When we interact the digital use, so the digital skills and the bank branches, we can see that the interaction term alone doesn't show a statistically significant relationship. However, when we observe the linear combination of coefficients, we can see that there is a positive and statistically significant relationship between the digital skills, the presence of bank branches and financial well-being. It is interesting to note that in this case, the magnitude of coefficients is lower. This suggests that although the digital skills is relevant, if in a province there is the presence of bank branches, the digital skills became less relevant, and the presence of banks can increase more the financial well-being. So we also run a set of robustness check. For example, we exclude individuals that move from one province to another during the period that we investigate. We also measure the PCA at provincial level. We include in our analysis also the macroeconomic factors such as the GDP growth, unemployment and inflation, but these variables never show a statistically significant relationship with financial well-being, and therefore we prefer to exclude them from our analysis. And finally, we also run a propensity score matching to match individuals that have similar characteristics but that live in province with high number of bank branches versus province with the lower number of bank branches. In all these cases, our main results are confirmed. With regard to the conclusion, what we can say in terms of policy implication, we try to give some advice, and in particular, the most relevant in our opinion is that the policymakers should prioritize the well-being, not at the national level, but considering also the context, and in particular, the province level, because only if we look at the local context, we can better understand the determinants of financial well-being. In terms of financial intermediaries, we can understand that in the strategy of the banks, the closure of bank branches can be important due to the goals related to the lower of cost, and also to improve the technologies, but they have also to take in consideration the fact that their customers usually have low digital skills. So they have to also invest in increasing the digital skills of customers before close the physical access to prefer the digital access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doriana. The discussion is for Sami Ben Jaber. The slides, you normally have the slides, Christine. Discussion 1.1.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Sandra, Reem, and all organizers of the conference. Thank you, Doriana, for your presentation. It's a very interesting paper. The paper investigates the relationship between individual financial well-being and bank debranching at the provincial level in Italy. The sample comprises 3,004 individuals living in 1,289 municipalities with 20 regions of Italy. The main results of this paper, the author found a negative relationship between individual financial well-being and bank debranching. Also, the author found that this relationship is moderated by individual digital financial literacy. I read the paper and I found it interesting. The paper extends the previous literature. It is well written. I think it is the first study that examines this relationship at municipality level. I have some comments maybe to improve the paper. The first one it's related to theoretical framework. I think the author need to improve the theoretical framework because they have a good paper and be maybe suitable for ABS 4 or 3 like regional studies, because you cited regional studies in reference. And I think you need to integrate more reference from higher ranking journal to for your literature review. My second question, maybe if you come some reviewers, they will be ask you why you will be focused of short time period, because we have 2020 and 23. I see you have, maybe the data is not available for other period, and maybe why maybe other country, if it will be difficult, I think, yeah. But we need to convince or to add some explanation why we have short period and why it is difficult maybe to collect data from another countries. The author for empirical para, I found it's interesting. You use sophisticated regression model at the level, at the regional level. You support your choice by K reference. I have to consider maybe for your dependent variables. The first one, you use the financial well-being variables. I think you sum standardized answer. Maybe it's not clear if you can support this maybe by K reference that have maybe use the same methodology. For the second one, you use or you have using the principal component analysis like my paper. I use the same methodology for my paper tomorrow. And maybe my first concern is why about you select the first component, because the first component you have 47 information among all variables, because in almost generally all papers using include 2 or 3 components. You need to explain this point. Maybe you can add more component for this dependent variables. Maybe for a table you need to add also R squares in your table, because I think it's missing in your estimated results. You perform the robustness, maybe the test robustness, it's found it's good. Maybe you can also, I am working in several papers using partial least squares. Maybe you can use this one instead of principal component analysis. And this method, it's more sophisticated than principal component analysis, and we can find it in XLStat or Tanakara software to run this analysis. Maybe in the last minor point, the document requires review to eliminate errors and mistakes. That's congratulations for your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sami. Thank you very much. And yes, all your comments are welcome and allow us to improve our paper. And yes, as I said, we know that the period is a short period, but 2020 is the first year that Bank of Italy, the Education Committee ran this survey. And usually when we study financial literacy and other kind of these topics, usually the studies are on a not on a panel dimension, but on only 1 year. Or 1 year or one country or more country, but usually there are not panels. So in our opinion, although 4 years are not so much, is better than only 1 year. And with regard to the countries, yes, this could be interesting, but if you use, for example, PISA, there are a lot of countries that run PISA, but in this case, this specific type of survey is only run in Italy, so we don't. And also because we want to try to go on regional studies. This paper is designed to go regional studies. we think that usually in this kind of journal, they prefer a very specific analysis of one country, because obviously the Italian provinces have very specific characteristics that can't be compared to the other provinces around in the other countries. And yes, with regard to the technical comments, yes, we try to insert these, we try to explain better the financial well-being and also the theoretical framework, but also we can take in consideration the additional analysis that you suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Doriana. It's very interesting. I have a question and two suggestions. The question, my understanding is that this desertification means that you have less branches, right?
The decrease in the number of branches, yeah.
Of the same bank, right?
No, in general, not the same banks, the banking system in general. Okay. So in a municipality, there is two measures. The number of bank branches is per 100,000 inhabitants at provincial level. And the second measure is if in a specific municipality, there are no branch. So there is a total desertification.
Yes. So this perhaps will lead me to the two suggestions in this case, because I was wondering whether in the case of this desertification was primarily due to either merging of small banks into a larger bank or an acquisition or privatization, something like that, which means that instead of having a small bank, you have a larger bank. Perhaps you have a smaller number of branches, but they can serve a larger number of people given that they are larger banks. And I think we, in the case of Egypt, for instance, we experienced this with the merging of small banks,
yeah.
which and this led to a higher outreach. So can you identify this effect in your data or not? That's the first question or suggestion. And the second one, I was wondering also whether from a quantitative perspective, in addition to the multi-level mixed model, you can run a simple, linear probability model or an OLS with a large set of fixed effects, provinces fixed effects, time fixed effects, and so on. And you cluster the error at the regional level, given that all individuals living in the same region, they face the same number of branches, right? So in this case, you will it will be like an alternative method of estimation that is because I personally used a lot the multi-level mixed model, but most of the referees are not really convinced by it. So I think it will be good to convince the referee that even if you use an OLS with fixed effects and clustering the error, it still works. Clustering at because the structure of the data in your case, you have at individual levels that face the same number of branches in the same province, right?
Yeah.
So you will, but in this case, you have a time dimension and a province dimension, right?
Yes.
So you will cluster the errors by region and time in this case. Thank you, but it's very interesting. Although I'm not specialist at all, but it's very interesting.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. We previous studies obviously say that the M&A is one of the reasons that push banks to decrease the number of branches, because if you merge with another banks that in the same territory, obviously there is a optimization of the number of branches. But in this case, and it could be true that the same clients are serviced by only one branches. But in terms of, for example, in terms of the distance from my house and the new branches, and in terms of the access, there is a decrease in the quality of these services. And also because there are a lot of municipalities that have no bank branches in the municipality. So they have to move in another municipality to have the physical access. So yes, we can discuss better also this part in the literature review, where we have the fields of the determinants of bank the branching. So what are the drivers of the decision to close the bank branches?
Tell me your question and I will. So thank you, Doriana. I had also the same idea about clustering. I think
Yes,
it would
thank
help
you.
a lot. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Also, I would like also to maybe to understand a little bit more, because in some areas, this is what we observe in different areas, closing bank branches, even in the biggest cities. But at the same time, we observe also that clients stop, to try to find a new branches. If it's, as you said, it could be very far. And then what we observe, it's many of them, they open an account and they have great access via the post, the post office.
Yes.
Do you
Same in
have?
Italy.
Okay.
But we don't have the data because usually in the municipality there is where the in the municipality where there are not bank branches, usually there is the post office. But we try to find the data about the number of customers, how change also the number of customers of post office, but we didn't find. But yes, the same is in Italy. A lot of people that don't have the physical access in a bank prefer to move to the post office. Yes.
And also what we observe in some country, it's also what we call the mobile.
Can I connect Bluetooth from my laptop?
Sorry.
I'm watching this conference that.
Okay.
It's also, this what we call, the mobile banking, but not by phone, but by car. The bus who, the bus.
Okay, okay. No, in Italy there isn't. There is only, but in the past, one banks that try in the supermarket to have a mobile office where they move in the, but in the past, because now they don't use to do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Diana. I was just curious if you were able to explore COVID as being a driver, or how did it could affect the financial well-being and also the debranching, because you said the first year was 2020. So I was curious if you could see something on data on the survey, on that sense, if it was able to explain something on.
We didn't explore it, but in the survey, the survey started in 2020, so we don't have the data before the COVID, so we can't do a comparison. But there are specific questions on the period of COVID in the first and second survey, so in 2020, 2021. So if we want, we can try to include also some an additional analysis considering the COVID. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, now yes. I mean, the paper is very interesting in terms of connecting this financial well-being and bank debranching and digital financial literacy. But my thinking is, in the bank literature, we're thinking about also reducing the number of branches for efficiency reasons. And there is a trade-off between efficiency and financial well-being. So this could be a very interesting discussion on what is the optimal size for achieving financial well-being while ensuring efficiency, because at the end of the day, those banks, they are investing in technology or they're investing in digital skills, but there is a point where financial well-being, particularly for the old people, I mean, for aging people, it's going down over time, because so yes, financial literacy is okay. Of course, it's clear that the more literate financially you are, the more you can adapt. But then at the same time, we need to also look at different populations. The underprivileged for example, populations to see, for example, the populations that are not necessarily having good access to financial to digital tools, right? So this might even if they are literate, the infrastructure is not necessarily working for them, although they know it all. So you need to look at those. So my points are, okay, what is the trade-off? Maybe it's another paper, or maybe you can have the discussion, move to another paper with this. Because for me, the branching is also key for the efficiency, right? And also based on the consolidation movements.
Yes, in fact, yes, in literature, there are several studies that say that the three reasons are technologies, the search of a higher cost efficiency, and the M&A. And we know that, and in fact, in our paper, we try to don't say to the banks, don't do that. We try to say, know that if you close your branches everywhere, there is a negative effect on your clients, and you can try to give some other services, for example, try to improve their digital skills or their financial knowledge. So offer additional services to give the possibility to also have use the mobile banking, the digital banking. And with regard to the older people, yes, we from January, we want also to include an additional analysis focusing on different ages of our individuals, our sample.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I need to cut it short. I'm sure you will have the discussion with Shahir for the follow-up question, sorry. But we need to move on with the second paper of Alex Hamed, Digital Remittances and Home Country Institutions. And it will be discussed by Serena Sandri. Alex, the floor is yours. You can share your screen.
Thank you. Okay.
Are you able to share it, or do you want us to share your slides? Because it's easier if you share it and you can move on your slides.
Let's see. It's they gave me a new computer, and of course, I have to go to the setting, and okay, cancel. You can share my slides, and of course, I will ask you to if it's possible.
I can do it. If you want, I can. Okay.
Oh, here, hold on. I think I was able to do it. Let's see.
You see yours? Yeah.
Do you see it? This is my.
You can put it full screen if you want, so we can see it better.
Okay. This is my presentation or your side?
It's okay.
Okay. I think I'm. Let me put it on a slideshow.
We have 20 minutes. It's a black screen that we are seeing. I think he froze. I think, yeah, he froze. So I think we lost the connection with Alex. Maybe we move on to the next paper, the time he reconnects. Okay, so I see Nancy is connected. Nancy, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
So maybe I will floor it to you for your paper, then at the time that Alex comes back, he will present it after. So the paper is on impact of mobile money on energy efficiency. empirical evidence from firms in Kenya, and it will be discussed by Yegane Foreshfar.
Sure. Should I share my slides or will you share?
Okay. I think it's more convenient for you if you share it.
Of course. Just 1 minute. So, is it clear?
Yes. Can you put it full screen, please, so we can see it?
Okay. So now the slide is clear, my voice is clear? Okay, great. So, hello all. First, thank you so much for accepting the paper and allowing us, providing us with this opportunity to share with you our work. So today we are presenting our paper. It's the title of Impact of Mobile Money on Energy Efficiency while providing empirical evidence from firms in Kenya. Yes, so starting with a brief introduction, what does mobile money have to do with anything with firm level energy efficiency? So we all know that energy consumption has been widely blamed for sparking pollution, climate change, environmental degradation, and more specifically that air pollutants that comes from the business sector intensive use of fossil fuels. But from a firm level point of view, in order to contribute to its national energy efficiency transition plans and roadmaps, well, it will have to shift to clean energy sources and be energy efficient, and that is it will reduce its consumption from energy, its energy consumption while maintaining its output level. But to do so, it will have to take certain technological investments and innovation in specific areas related to energy-saving materials, equipment, energy management system, installing HVAC systems, so on. Such investments, of course, it incur high investment cost. So in order for the firm to take the decision to uptake any of these investments, actually they reliant on to what extent it perceive it as profitable. And the second thing and most important point, where it can afford its initial, its variable and sunk cost. Well, a wide strand of literature have already began listing down what are the drivers and the barriers to firm-level energy efficiency. And one of the top-ranked constraints to energy efficiency for a business, it's its accessibility to capital and to finance. They do not have their own sufficient finance, and at the same time, they are constrained from accessing external capital at an adequate low prices. And this is, of course, mostly evident in developing countries where financial systems they are burdened with imprudent credit evaluation systems, high compliance and enforcement costs. So firms, even they do not have a bank loan at all, or they will end up having the loan, but at very high costs. So against this limitation, there is a recent high calling for integrating digitalization within such financial systems to balance such imbalances. And this is from where we came with our idea that we argue that while examining financial drivers and to firms' energy efficiency, one should take into account the contextual financial system in which the firm is operating. Well, did the firms operate in a country like Kenya? Well, before 2007, Kenya's financial system sector, it's used to postulate intensive reliance on informal financial channels and suffering from high financial exclusion levels, either on a firm or the individual level. But in 2007, the main telecommunication firm there called Safaricom, it joined its forces with Vodafone, and they launched the M-Pesa, that is the first mobile money application the world has ever known. And its unparalleled success in a very short time, it labeled Kenya as the global pioneer, not only in mobile money, but also in financial development and innovation. So if I'm going to tackle or examining the determinants of firm-level energy efficiency in Kenya, I have to take into account that its financial input stems not only from the traditional financial services from typical financial intermediaries like banks, but also there are sources that coming from digitalized means, that is mobile money. Mobile money in Kenya, it's succeeded to reform the traditional money transfer frameworks, financial services, and it rapidly enabled the people and businesses there to finalize their financial transactions, access the finance that they need without the need to have a bank account in the first place. So it's like it solved the root cause of their financial exclusion. They no more need to deal with the imprudent and the rigid procedures of the banking system. With specific perspective for the businesses, well, it doesn't only facilitated their financial transactions, but it further opened for them a widened door for accessing more finance and capital resources. And this is mainly attributed to the digital features of mobile money. That is basically with the increase of the electronic, these phone-based transactions, the information on the platform, it got digitized and then got automatically and systematically translated into electronic transactional and historical records of the financial transaction of the user, which is main input for creating for them e-credit scores. So with this, it constituted the main variable for reducing the operational costs for mobile money providers, and they were able now to mitigate the high cost of their credit risk assessments and providing more and more and higher volume of loans for the firms at a lower interest rate compared to banks. And with this, the banks on the other side, when they say that mobile money is becoming more and more mature, so they partnered with Safaricom and they integrated the bank services and loans into the mobile money or Impedia mobile money account to expand their customer base. So at the end, firms in Kenya, they do not only, as they transact using their mobile money, their credit scores got improved, and the likelihood of having more credit lines or loans, it's higher either from mobile money providers or from the banks at a lower interest rates. So with this, there is already a profound evidence how this smooth financial resources, it improved the businesses' performance and operation in Sub-Saharan Africa, specifically in East African countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. But still, how this financial flows, streamlined finance, can be redirected to investments and innovation that maybe it can help improve firms' environmental performance, specifically with reference to its intensive energy consumption. Well, this question it remains unclear. And with this, we believe that mobile money, it can facilitate a firm-level energy efficiency from two perspectives. For the first one, it's technological. The technological innovation itself, it can unleash the innovation technology and knowledge spillover effect. It promotes digital transformation of a firm, improve its productivity, and it can indirectly can contribute to introducing cleaner energy input in its production processes. And from a financial perspective, where it's clear now that mobile money, it can ease the financial pressures and stresses to going energy efficient by reducing transaction costs and moderating information asymmetry. And while referring to the research, while referring to the resource-based view theory, it would be more advanced and rational for mobile money adopters to transit from fossil fuel consumption to less energy-intensive consumption while they're having an affordable finance. With this, we framed research question that can Kenya's financial innovation of mobile money help mitigate financial constraints to energy efficiency? We answered this question while relying on the latest available panel data set from the World Bank Enterprise Survey in Kenya for 2 waves, 2013 and 18. And of course, we relied our basic empirical analysis on panel fixed effect model. We undergo a mechanism analysis, heterogeneous analysis, and we ensure that our results are robust while accounting for issues like endogeneity, self-selection, bias, and another set of sensitivity analysis. And for the main results, well, yes, we found that mobile money, the firms that use mobile money, they can reduce their energy intensity. That's because it's enlarged the scope of their financial resources. However, it is not always the case for all firms. This is specifically true for when it's allocated to technological investments and innovation. And the negative effects we found that it would be more profound among SMEs, firms that operate in manufacturing systems and businesses that are top managed by females and not males. While reviewing the literature, I made it clear how we contributed to it. First, make it clear this is the first paper that links mobile money to energy efficiency, not only in Kenya, but globally. And we are trying to combine 2 major literature together. The first one, it's focusing on energy efficiency determinants. It kept listing down factors like labor productivity, human capital, and so on. For Kenya, there is so scant evidence, only 2 papers, and they mention nothing about financial accessibility, let alone firms, the country's financial innovation itself. The second strand, it focuses on the addressing financial constraints, energy efficiency. There is no consent in this area, in this strand. Some find that accessing more finance, it can increase energy intensity. Another find that it can reduce it. And most recently, there is a strand that tried to link the digital transformation of financial systems with firm energy transition. And there is only 2 papers in China finding out that fintech can reduce fuel consumption. And the second major strand, literature strand that we are relying on is the focusing on firm level outcomes of mobile money. Scholars, they have shown how mobile money, firms that use mobile money, they facilitate their access to external finances, specifically the bank loans, and how it will increase the probability that they will invest in physical asset accumulations in new products and production processes. And actually, this is strand of literature is the one that we rely on for our mechanism analysis. So if mobile money, actually, it facilitates the investment and innovation. To what extent is it compatible with energy efficiency? We'll dig into details and mechanism later on. For the data, as I said, we are using World Bank Enterprise Survey. These are the main questions that we are extracted from the survey. Our energy intensity is measured by the share of the total energy expenditure from the total annual sales. And briefly, I will review our data. As we have in general, more than 60% of the firms, they are adopting mobile money, and 2/3 of mobile money adopters, they turn out to be small and medium-sized firms. Early adopters, they were manufacturing, and then over the time, the service began to adopt mobile money. The least adopters, they were retail. And here there are different bounds for the energy intensity. And we find that around 70% they are energy efficient and 15% less energy efficient. And with the threshold, with the common threshold that the firm is energy intensive when it's have more than 10 to 15% of its annual share to energy consumption. So we can say that around 13% of our firms are energy intensive. And we are trying to see the share of firms that adopt mobile money across all boundaries. And it turned out that it's commonly embedded across all energy intensity boundaries. So it unveils the intersection between the 2 main variables, and we can draw some relationships between them. Moving to empirical strategy, this is our equation. And E, it's the energy efficiency, and it's mobile money. X, this is the vector of our control. We included internal factors by relying on the literature of determinants of energy efficiency. And we control for external factors, basically regional, institution, quality, and energy taxation, but we leave them for robustness, latter phase. Of course, we have control for the set of fixed effects, that is the firm, the time, the industry, and the Kenya's area fixed effects. For empirical results, well, these are our baseline results. We first introduced only the firm and the year fixed effect, then we added the region and the industry fixed effect, then the vector, and then within the vector in the first column, we find that we shifted between the firm and the foreign and the private ownership to show the significance of the firm's foreign orientation to energy efficiency, the sign change, and the fifth, we added the variable reduction of new good, and as we see, that's mobile money, it's negative significant across all different model specifications. And so it is true that the hypothesis of our paper, it has been validated, and mobile money, it has the capacity to reduce firm level energy intensity. It can incentivize them to allocate more finance to investments and innovation that would at the end contribute to reducing energy intensity. But still, there is this question. It is not always the case that expanding the pool of financial resources for a firm, it would be automatically directed to investment areas that it would somehow help it to introduce clean energy. So that's why we find it imperative that we need to go further through our mechanism analysis and to draw what are the moderator factors that can explain this negative effect. We extract from both strands of the literature what can be common variables between both. So if mobile money, it's a prior evidence, they made it clear that mobile money, it can facilitate the access to traditional finance, to innovation, and to investment, while which one of them actually it can contribute to the energy efficiency. So the first mechanism analysis is for financial accessibility mechanism. We interacted mobile money with the finance measure. In this measure, the firm's financial inclusion by having a bank account and at the same time successfully having its credit line or loan. And we see, we perceive that this represents the role of mobile money and diversifying the financial structure of the firm, because on one hand, mobile money, it's facilitates what we call the financial interoperability and the marriage between mobile money providers and the banks. On the other hand, it acts as a complementary financial tool to the already existing external capital sources, and it has a role in streamlining at the same time that its internal finance, like the cash management flows and the finance. So, but interacting, so this financial diversity and for the firms, it's quite evident that it's positive, significant increased energy intensity. So leveraging a broader spectrum of finance, it supports their expansion reproduction that come at the expense of consuming more fossil fuels. So we decided that we want to test it more. So if they say that specifically Islamial 2020, they say that mobile money actually it has streamlined investment in physical asset accumulation. So we tested more. We interacted their dummy with both mobile money and traditional finance H1 alone, and then we interacted both financial tools together, and still it's positive, significant. And well, it's clear that when firms they have more finance, so they pursue their profit concerns over other preferred concerns like improving their environmental performance. So still, what is not clear, so what drives our negative effect? And with this, we relied on the rationale of QB 2004 that the lack of technological knowledge inhibits firms from materializing the benefits of any adopted technology. And we extended this to the case of our mobile money. Unless that the firms, they are worried how to integrate this fintechs and integrate it with its traditional finance, they will never be able to extract its fintech edge and its associated facilitated flows into efficiently allocated to areas that contribute to its energy efficiency transition. And these areas probably it would be technological investments and innovation. And with this, we go for the third and the fourth analysis. The third one, it's technology innovation is most proxied by R&D expenditure. We interact R&D with mobile money on its own and R&D with traditional finance, and for both still it's positive and increased energy intensity. So this makes evident that each one of them on its own, it wouldn't provide the firms with the sufficient finance that it would need to cover the R&D cost in specific areas that it would reduce energy intensity. And I mean by these areas, it would be installing HVAC systems, improving the heating and the lighting systems, integrating energy management system, all such kind of investment, they are associated with pretty costly R&D costs. But diversifying and having these complementary effects of both together, it would have our negative effect. So we took a further step and we try to extend on the prior work, specifically of Lawrence and Promet, that say that mobile money is facilitated firms' investments in new products. So it's
I think we lost Nancy. Nancy, do you hear us? No luck with the connection today. She's still connected on yes. Not anymore. What should we do? Maybe wait 1 minute. Yeah, I see Mariam is connected. Mariam, can you take on?
Connect her now, 1 minute, please.
Yes.
so sorry for the interruption. So my voice is clear
Okay,
now.
she's back.
Nancy is back.
Okay, thank you, Sandra.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you please share your screen, Nancy, please?
Sorry for the interruption.
No problem.
Sorry. Okay.
You still
I guess I have
have
stopped here.
3 minutes.
Okay. So yes, so we the last mechanism is innovation, and it's pretty clear that mobile money that's if we combine both sources together, so we'll global for the firms to introduce their new product while at the same time taking into account their environmental performance, like shifting and framing the new production while aligning with the product life cycle energy consumption. And the last analysis we go to the heterogeneous analysis of mobile money effect across different firm characteristics. So the first and the second column, that's for firms' size. I find the negative effect is evident among SMEs. The third and the fourth for the industry type, and the negative it's the non-manufacturing for the service and retail of the top manager, and the negative effect it goes for the firm scales. It's made for the transformer financial impact for large firms. Already they have their own sustained finance, and they can easily access the bank loans. And for the gender of the top managers, we attributed basically to the gender leadership traits and how female and male they perceive differently their contribution to the environment, or how they actually care about the constructs. With we suspected that we have a potential indigeneity stems from our two main variables, that's traditional finance and mobile money. So we instrumented them. But the what test Houseman indigeneity test goes that we suspected mobile money maintains its negative effect. We control for multi-dimensional fixed effects to control for some unobservables. We test for we apply this test bias in unobservable factors, relying it's commonly used in the literature of energy efficiency determinants, and we address selection bias using the PSM. All this is have proven that's still negative.
Your connection is not stable at all. Can you just wrap up with a conclusion so we can have the comments, because we're not hearing you well?
Okay, so can you hear me now well?
Yeah, just 1 minute for conclusion, please, because we're not hearing you well anyway for the robustness.
Okay. Our results, they are robust. And for the conclusion, it's mobile money, it's complementary to traditional finance. And the dual access to finance, it supports business as long as we consider that it's that's it. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Nancy. So I have the pleasure to discuss this paper. And first of all, I would like to thank you because it's very well written, and you explore every bit and different every bit of the possibility in your research question. So if I want to put to quickly summarize the paper, it goes into the direction of how mobile money adoption impacts firms' energy efficiency in Kenya. And it's very relevant because it highlights the role of financial innovation in addressing barriers to energy efficiency. And it has this specific focus on Kenyan mobile money ecosystem, which is one of the most advanced in the world. But the broader implication would be on stressing environmental and economic significance of improving energy efficiency. So if I want to, in one general comment is that, okay, you have this research question and you do a lot of robustness checks, and I think the results, and we see that there is a lot of work behind. So you do propensity score matching, you use different variables and a lot of robustness checks. So I think the story is good, but I have a few recommendations in how to improve it. And First of all, in terms of how you present the research question, I think you also, in terms of motivation, you can talk about how the air pollution is important and in Kenya, and how much of it is because of the energy consumption. So you motivate better your paper. And then and at some point you discuss about the increase of energy consumption in Kenya in spite of the efforts to go green. But I think it's a very normal process. So it's what we expect all over the world, that the energy consumption goes up as a result of growth or industrialization itself. So probably not go very deep into that, because one of the problems for the paper is that it's way too long. So I think for you have robust results, so you have high chance of publishing it, but in order to make it more appealing to editors, you need to reduce the size of the paper because it's a bit too long. And then I have some comments about how to make your figures more interesting, because, for instance, once you show in terms of the consumption by firm size, I would rather have a percentage. Because I prefer to have the share of mobile money users within each group of firm size. For instance, among all large firms, 60% use mobile money, but in medium size groups, for instance, 70% use mobile money. So I can compare, because in the figures you have, we cannot see that large firms are more prone to mobile money or small firms are more prone to mobile money. And the same for the other figure in terms of sectors of activities. So I wanted also to have this in the literature, have clearly the impact of financial inclusion in energy consumption or carbon emission in the country. So I think that's one of the key contributions of you, saying that financial innovation leads to reduction in energy consumption. So probably have a focus on that. And also, once I was reading your paper, it's not very clearly mentioned this is our contribution to the literature. There is no other paper using mobile money. So probably you can also increase your motivation. And then, yes. So also you may want to check if some compare the firms that use only traditional banks, like having your sample in 3 groups: those who use only mobile money, those who use only traditional, and those who use both mobile and traditional, to see how your results will change. Also, I have a number of other comments in the paper that I wrote down. So I will send you my document so you can have. I will not go and read all of them. For human capital, I didn't understand why you have only secondary education. Probably you want to have tertiary education, it depending on the global educational level of the country. Probably, I don't know, in many countries, secondary education is compulsory, but we need to see about Kenya. And then can you test about global financial inclusion and access to credit, whether having this mobile financial inclusion improved access to credit within your firms? That would be also interesting, because okay, you find that there is a positive relationship, but then once you try to explain why, you have 2 mechanisms: first through financial inclusion, second through innovation and use of mobile money, and how it helps to adopt new technologies and so on. So probably you want to dig a bit deeper to that. Also, I think that regions have an impact. So probably you want to have a specific to the capital regions or very populated regions, or urban and rural areas, as a distinction. Okay, and one last point is about, so I have some suggestions in terms of policy recommendations. So advocate, in terms of regulatory actions, you can propose to having advocate for policies that link financial incentives to energy efficiency, that improves for like green subsidies for green technology finance through mobile platforms. And then I have some future research, you have it, but then I think also it makes sense to have the similar study for other countries that use mobile money. So this can also have, yes, I will share all of the details with you.
Thank you very much. I have some questions on the floor. For all the authors, I'm gonna share the discussions, so we will all have also access to the slides very soon.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Nancy and Miriam. It's very interesting. I just have 3 quick suggestions. First, bearing in mind that in most of African countries, mobile money is in general used in very basic transactions, in the sense that to undertake simple transactions, not to the extent that that can be used in investment or to improve energy efficiency. So I was wondering whether I mean, you can provide more channels or more mechanism of transmission that are convincing in the case of Kenya, because I assume that in the case of Kenya, most of the firms that use mobile money, they're not likely to use it in order to invest or to upgrade their energy efficiency, for instance. So I don't know if you can clarify this a bit, because that's the case, for instance, in Egypt. Most of the mobile money is not really used in sophisticated financial transactions. A second suggestion, given that you have a panel data, why you don't really invest in that and apply more more relevant econometric techniques like a difference in difference or a PSM, given that you can really track over the panel that you have firms that, for instance, did not have mobile money, and that in the second wave the same firms they implemented a mobile money, and therefore you can really have this before and after, because so far I think you're running an OLS pooled with a set of fixed effects, which is good, but given that you have a panel dimension, I think it will be better to explore the panel dimension of the paper. One final suggestion, I think it's better to avoid the triple interaction, because in general triple interactions are a bit difficult to economically interpret. Thank you, but it's really interesting.
Thank you very much. So we need to move on to the next presentation. Alex is back. So thank you very much for Miriam and Nancy, and we will send you also the comments of Yegane by mail. Alex, the floor is yours.
Okay. Do you want me to share and take another chance?
It's possible. If you have doubts about your connection, maybe we can share. I don't know what you prefer.
Okay. I would like, okay, there wasn't just the only thing, there was an extra graph I added later on, but that's fine. I'm fine with you sharing what you have.
Okay,
And I
so
will go
it's
ahead
the
and
paper 1.2. Normally you have access on the Dropbox. 1 minute and
thank you. And you are going to move the slides for me? Is that what?
you need to tell us when.
Okay.
So, Paula, you're able to share the screen?
Oh, you want me to try? Okay.
No, here from our team, they will share the screen. Okay. Can share just the screen and we open the presentation.
Here we go.
All right. Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I appreciate it. It's an honor to be with all of you. In this paper, I wanted to investigate the relationship between digital remittances beyond the economic value. There is, of course, an economic value from remittances and transfers. However, I wanted to examine the impact on intersect remittances with institutions and see if there is improvement in the institution quality as a result of a country receiving remittances. I was inspired by, of course, the work of Douglas North and how he defined institutions as a humanly made instrument that can create transactions. Would you move, please? Second slide. Next slide, please. Would you change a slide for me? Thank you. Of course, remittances has an economic impact, but also the economic impact is varied from one nation to another, which gives us a little bit different interpretation why remittances can create an outcome that is different from one nation to the other nation. And that also begs the question about political system and the environment and how a government can interact with the diaspora abroad, because remittances are nothing but a derivative of migration. So it was the initial process that piqued my interest, why certain countries have different outcome when they are receiving remittances, and how can institution be impacted by remittances. Would you move, please, to next slide? Of course, remittances, if we think about what are remittances, or they are very small transfers, payments made by members of the family to each other and friends. But when it's added up together, it is a significant amount, estimated to be about $790 billion annually, far exceeds foreign direct investments, far exceeds overseas development assistance. However, it is not an instrument that is paid too much appreciation to, or it's not really appreciated as it should be. It can create, of course, an impact for the demand cycle and the micro level for the household. Family can improve education, healthcare. It can give access to investments. And also there is some literature that proves that remittances can have an impact at the macro level. Move on, please. Thank you. Of course, digital remittances can also create an impact on the receiving country and the sending countries. And I wanted to use how can migrants can create an influence on their own country once they exit, inspired by the work of Albert Hirschman. And that is the next slide. Albert Hirschman talks about how can voice and based on engagement and exit based on disengagement can create a change in the system. And of course, migrants can express their dismay, discontent by exiting and leaving the country. However, they can come back and participate by creating a voice, and the instrument that they use to create a voice are most likely financial instrument represented by remittances. While there is a dichotomy between voice and engagement and disengagement, or a substitute for each other. They can work together as a complementary application where there is a trade-off between the engagement and the disengagement. So it is based on how can governments engage and create that dialogue and discourse. The data and methodologies that, of course, I used here, I collected a global data set that is from 172 countries and 720 observation points. And I created multiple regressions, the OLS and fixed effect and random effect. The fixed effect was more robust because it accounted for, of course, variation within time and within country. And of course, I proceed on to examine the generalized massive moments, a GMM model, which is robust and was able to remove any unobserved variation. The variables that I collected, I wanted to use institutions as the dependent variables, and I created a proxy, or I found actually it was the secondhand data from the Freedom House, and I used their data set, which is civil liberty and political right, as a proxy for institution. And then I collected data for remittances from the World Bank. I collected data for per capita income, and I collected data for skilled labor and human capital, the HDI index. And please move on. Thank you. And then the regression gave us consistent results. There was an actual positive relationship between remittances and institution building. There is 1% increase in remittances can improve the political right by 1.2 percentage point, and also civil liberty was improved by 9.3 percentage point. However, when it came to skilled labor, it actually showed a negative relationship, which was very interesting results. But when you examine different nations, you'll find that there is a lot of skilled worker. However, institution doesn't exist. If you examine the case of South America or the case in many nations in Africa or in the Middle East, you will find a lot of skilled worker, but it doesn't always correlate with a good institutions. The human development was in the Human Development Index was very was a positive relationship, but was a small magnitude, which tells me that it is an incremental process. And a human, of course, development index goes beyond the economics, and it looks at the quality of manifested in education, health, and a good way of living. So that was very interesting that it has a good positive relation with institutions. Please move. Thank you. Of course, in conclusion, digital remittances are a very essential tool, and it's very efficient, powerful tool. It goes directly to the household. However, it can create a voice for the diaspora to express their desire for public goods and a strong foundation for their country that they leave behind. However, when we look at remittances on its own, it is not as valuable as it should be. How it means that we have to engage with remittances. We have to manage remittances, and that create an active dialogue with the diaspora abroad between nations and its own diaspora. Participation with sending and receiving nation, good sound transfer system, so the money can go in the official channels, and support for migrants to have an actual investment instead of conspicuous consumption. So all those things are part of how the government can engage in creating a dialogue with their diaspora abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for this very clear presentation. I leave the floor to Serena Sandri for the discussion. Hi, Serena.
Hi, Sandra. Thanks a lot. Good to see you. Hi, Reem. Hi, everybody. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Thank you, Alex, for the interesting paper. I was really glad to have the chance to see it. Can I share my screen? I will try it.
Yes, of course.
I just have a couple of slides. I mean, not much. Where is it? Yes, you should be seen. Great. Okay. Well, first of all, let me start saying that in general, I found the topic really interesting and really very actual. I mean, very important now in this particular period. There is so much discussion about migration, how to control, how to regulate migratory flows. It's really important to put migration again really at the center also of the economic debate. So I mean, Alex, I really thank you very much for this contribution. I believe it matters much. Interesting to see that the relationship between remittances, inflows, and I'd like to see it like more than institutional quality, like democratization, democratic transition of all countries. Yeah, I will not just go into the different results because I mean you presented them very, very clearly. Now, if I may start just with a couple of questions in general, I was not really sure about how to interpret certain graphs in your paper. So, for example, here the civil liberty scores, I don't know, there is here a selection of countries with different years, and I was not really able to interpret what, I mean, this is clearly not your entire sample, which consists of 177 countries.
Mm-hmm.
But how you did selected these countries and why Afghanistan 2015 and El Salvador 2016? I mean, what's how could we interpret it basically?
Okay, yes, so civil liberty, I just is based on the surveys, the index that they collapse based on a specific 15 questions that Freedom House created about organizational right, personal autonomy, rule of law, and they collapse it. I think that the graph is just an average of the countries that can show the outlier or the variation within countries, but it is not it's just a visual imaging for the variation among countries. It does not, I agree, it does not serve much value. It's just, I put it there just to give.
I would rather, I mean, if I may, I would rather present some descriptive statistics for the civil liberty score if you wish to represent some, or at least to show the entire sample, because once again, in the next graph, the remittances by country, I mean, visually very, very striking, very appealing, but I mean, I also could not really, you know, understand basically the listing of the countries. And then are you talking, I mean, for the entire paper, I believe you're talking about the inflow of remittances. And,
yes, correct. Country receiving from abroad, the inflow of remittances, which is, for me, I think I focused on the inflow because that's where the most value is, because usually the funds are leaving from a developed country to a developing countries. And that will be the change that takes place in the institutions in the developing countries.
Makes, of course, sense to me that you are considering inflow of remittances because you want to see the institutional changes at the level of the home country, of the receiving country. But then I was a little bit astonished. I mean, here we have the USA that is basically among the top recipients.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
there's few outliers. Germany is one of the outliers in Europe, and because and the US is also because it accounts for all the transfers that coming from financial transfers that is coming into the US. So it didn't, not from American workers abroad, but maybe from business entities too, that is sending funds or workers who are working overseas in the US or military personnel. So the US is a little bit of a unique circumstances. Germany also receives a lot of transfers, maybe after the German unification, or maybe after, because there is a lot of people from Eastern Europe. So I can't tell you exactly why there is certain country in the developed world that have this out, they show this increase inflow. But it's an interesting, yes.
I mean, it would be important, in my opinion, to explain these things in the paper. I mean, to present the data, the graph also different, specifying which year are you referring to, and then I don't know. I would rather go for something. I mean, for a more conventional representation, either as a share of GDP, or here it's a little bit, basically Malta is exactly like the USA, and I mean, the question would be now, and did you include the USA then in your regression?
Yes, all the countries were
knowing
included.
that the transfers that are accruing are not really remittances in the sense that your paper is working.
I collected the data, remittance inflow. It was a data provided by the World Bank. So I didn't, I took the data for 720 observation, 172 countries. So I didn't really want to break, I didn't manipulate the data. I just wanted to take the whole entire global transfers that is inflow by country. And I wanted to examine the total inflow. But if a more refined approach, I think if you want to focus on the developing country, you should. But at the same time, I wanted to have a holistic data set. I didn't manipulate for the time period that I collected the data from, I think 2015 to 2020. So I in the panel data analysis, I wanted to keep data consistent for all the variables. So I collected for all countries, all variables. There is no missing data points for the whole entire set of countries for the 172.
Thanks a lot. It clarifies. I believe it could be important also, if possible, to encompass this explanation in the paper. I mean, it's really relevant. And then maybe I can just go through these questions and then you could answer them all together. My first question while reading the paper, 5 years is maybe a short time period to really observe institutional change. Institutions change over a long amount of time. And therefore, I mean, I would consider, I would try, for example, because we are also working with data that are available since, you could observe a much longer period, of course, pretty basic macroeconomic data, and plus these indicators of, I'm not sure if it's institutional quality, but maybe more democratic transition, which is also, available since more time. That could be my first question. Then I asked a bit now in regard to the graphs, but it's stated in the paper that the data sample is constructed from global samples. Somewhere in the paper, it's also written that you're focusing on high remittance receiving countries. Then you're collecting data over 177 countries. So I believe you're more adopting the global overview. And that should be, both approaches would be fine, either to cluster countries into different levels of remittances, a share of GDP, whatever you wish, may be interesting, or it could be also fine to consider all countries worldwide, or at least, almost all countries worldwide. But in my opinion, it would be important just to make clarity, to have a more also detailed discussion, and then to be able also to develop some more tailored policy recommendations. Then I struggled a little bit in, okay, I mean, I saw that you're using two different two different indexes, the political right and the civil liberty indexes, which is perfectly fine, well-known indicators. But also it was not really clearly explained in the paper. I just understood that you were dealing with them separately when I came to the two different models. So it could be nice to really explain your choice. And then in general, I believe that civil liberty and political rights are more appropriate as proxies for democratic transition, democratic engagement. That's how also you referred to them during your presentation. I felt it was really, really effective. But when we speak of quality of institutions, typically in the literature, we speak more of government effectiveness, corruption, all of these type of indicators. So perfectly fine to focus on democratic transition. I believe it's really, really appropriate and pretty much in tune also with much of the efforts that are done worldwide, also to better understand migration and consequences of them. But I believe it's important to make clarity. I mean, if you write in the title, quality of institutions, I mean, we expect basically something.
Okay,
And I
very
was
good.
also thinking, but I mean, I'm not sure, maybe it's an idea for a further paper that you could do. Why not to consider to build a more articulated index of institutional qualities, combining dimensions together? I mean, see whether it may make more sense somehow. And then, but I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's just a small typo in the conclusion. I mean, the discussion was fine, but then you refer that the influx of remittances enhances institutional quality in the sending countries. In the sending countries of migrants, maybe. I mean, I was a little bit lost with that, but that's
Well, it is, of course, in a sending country, that's what we focus on, people leaving home, and they are now creating a substitute for the brain drain, and that remittances can enhance the quality or the standard of living, eventually substituting for that brain drain because investments takes place. Social remittances occurs outside if there is a discourse engagement between the diaspora and their home country. Like in the case of Morocco, there is byproducts of remittances. I would like to see it build in the social remittances was very powerful, and that bringing connections, bringing foreign direct investment. So that in the long run can be a substitution for the brain drain that takes place, especially if most of the many countries, a lot of migrants leave from the skills sector and leave the country behind in a struggle. But eventually, in the long cycle, that can be corrected if the remittances are utilized correctly. That's why I believe that I mentioned that part of the policy recommendation is creating an open dialogue between the diaspora and their countries, and that open dialogue will create that voice for migrants to alter change, create access, to create this redistribution for resources in their country, create that stable environment for organizations and business to flourish in. So move it from autocratic countries to more open countries, because the information as a result of globalization, social globalization, political globalization will take place as a result of this utilization of the diaspora engagement.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And then very last suggestion, I mean, I would try to look more into recent literature. Because, I mean, I know the theoretical framework, I believe it's pretty sound. It relies on pretty influential papers, but I mean, it's mostly 2004. I mean, the seminal contribution, it could be nice also to see what has been done since, better contextualize it, but that's just a minor topic. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have
have a couple of questions from the floor, and then we need to wrap up because we are very behind schedule. So Sami and then Najat for comments. Sami, and maybe I have a small comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Serena. I have two suggestions for institutional quality. Maybe you can take a look on World Bank database. You have political stability, rule of law, regulatory quality, corruption that you can use on your paper. Maybe you can get a look in energy economics. It's ABS 3 and environmental and resources economics. The ABS 3 also journal that publish several papers about those topics. I have published the paper in institutional quality, and you can take a look to see the sources of your the data. You can also maybe add some variable like executive and legislative election. Maybe you can construct daily variables to and last suggestion for robustness you can maybe also divide your sample in developed and developing countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe a small comment. Also, we know that remittances don't go directly for consumption. They're not really used in investment. And as you said in your policy implication, that it is interesting to channel these remittances to investment. If you can, in the paper, put some maybe best practices in this field, because it's a big issue, this channeling for investment. I think it could be very interesting as a policy implication. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of the presenters, discussants, speakers for this first academic session. I'm sorry, I need to cut it short. We have so I will cut even short the coffee break. Let's take maybe 10 minutes of coffee break so we resume for the case study. And so we don't stay very late because we have the Christmas lights tonight. So thank you very much. We will resume in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll take this. Okay, now we have the case study session. The case study session is about digital transformation in the informal economy. The WOW platform as a catalyst for socioeconomic development. So this session is designed to explain a case that has worked in practice. And what is interesting is it is put forward by a number of organizations, and each one of them is represented today. So it's a consortium of three organizations. And the idea is really to think about how to deal with informality in South Africa, minibus taxi industry. So when I met the colleagues here on screen, I was quite impressed of the, I would say, first of all, they were solving a societal challenge in South Africa, and this is also in Africa overall. And today here we have with us Mary Bremen. Mary, she's the CEO of Forus Digital, one of the consortium members. Hi, Sonny, and I also see Sonny Fisher, who is the founder of Forus Digital as well. And also I understand that we have some other colleagues that are joining. Thank you for joining us, Mary and Sonia. I think your solution, your platform is very interesting, and it's a real case practice in South Africa. So obviously it will, if it is of course adopted, it will transform the industry where it is applied, and it could also be used in other industries that suffer from informality. So here you have 45 minutes to 1 hour. So this is our last session of the day. I give you the floor, I don't know, to Mary or to Sonny first. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Mary Brennan. I'm the CEO of Forus. Sunny, if you'd just like to introduce yourself briefly.
Yes, I'm Sunny Fisher. I'm the founder of Forus Digital.
Hi there. So we have a few videos that we've recorded for yourselves to take you through some of the components of the solution and the platform. Just as a brief introduction and background, the minibus taxi industry is operating under the South African National Land Transport Act of 2005, and which aims to formalize the industry and to broadly improve public transport in South Africa. Our partner and customer is the Eastern Cape Tertiary Transport Cooperative, and that institution has been developed as a structure to formalize the operations of the taxi industry, focusing on increasing service standards and with a view to building and improving operator profitability. It was established in 2014 as the business arm of the Eastern Cape Santaco, which is the national body that represents the industry to government. It represents over 133 primary cooperatives and up to, I think, 180, including the secondary cooperatives. Each one of those primaries is aligned with a local association, which is the operating body of the transport service in that particular area. The key achievements of ECTTC is essentially formal employment. They've enabled payrolls, formalized employment, leveraged resource from the state to put into medical aids, and have improved the lives of thousands of drivers. They've also facilitated millions of rands worth of teacher training programs into improved service quality. The industry is governed through route-based associations with oversight from Santaco and the Provincial Department of Transport. The WOW platform was developed by the industry with ourselves as a response to trying to create the formalized structures and provide a digitized and efficient transport management and cash system. It targets enhanced safety and economic empowerment of the industry. So I think on that note, Sunny, I'm not sure if you'd like to add anything. We have some videos from the different team members, and then we'll go into.
Yeah, I think maybe just before you kick that off, just one statistic to mention: it is 100,000 taxis, minibus taxis that transport on average 12 people in a taxi. So just to give you an idea of the size and scope, and they transport more than 3 million commuters. Mary, go for it.
Thank you. Sandra is going to play the videos for us. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Brennan. I am the CEO and co-founder of Forest Digital. I've been working on the BAR platform with Dr. Mbebe and Eccentric Payment Systems since 2022. The problem that the WOW platform is looking to solve is multiple, but essentially the industry is faced with a huge dependency on cash transactions. Cash transactions result in security risks for passengers, drivers, and operators. The cash transactions mean that there's a lack of visibility into financial flows. This hinders supply chain integration and access to wholesale pricing. The current systems create operational inefficiencies due to limited visibility into vehicle performance, driver behavior, and revenue streams being generated on the vehicles. It's difficult to enforce consistent industry standards and regulations. Further to this, there's fragmentation and misperception. The industry is perceived as informal and chaotic, despite its critical role in transporting 80% of South Africa's population to and from their places of work and school daily. The barriers to the financial market participation are also increased due to limited organization and default risk narratives. Limited revenue and development opportunities exist because of the absence of shared systems, preventing the industry from leveraging economies of scale. The inability to access secondary revenue streams like fuel rebates or hyperlocal e-commerce keeps the industry from harnessing the aggregated power that they have in their collective economy.
Next one, Sandra. Sandra, can you tee up the next video?
power that they have in their collective economy. The solution developed includes the WOW platform, which is essentially a digitized, smart, and efficient ecosystem, and it addresses the industry's key challenges. It's a comprehensive technology suite. The cashless payments enable safer, seamless, and trackable transactions. It's a real-time system enabling real-time vehicle tracking, driver performance monitoring, and passenger safety technologies. It also includes cooperative management systems tailored for the sector. The resulting solution also creates economic empowerment due to the reduced operating costs through things like fuel rebates and wholesale supply chain access, and also results in new revenue streams through hyperlocal e-commerce and digital financial inclusion products. The platform enhances the commuter experience through the use of a mobile wallet with free in-app transactions and multiple top-up options. The secure and efficient transport operations via Scholar Transport Solutions and digital ticketing. The social benefits will include being the industry and regulators to access visibility into the economy, and which will build trust and attract investment. The other social benefit is that it promotes formal employment and will create new jobs in the Eastern Cape. The solution set includes WOW Mobile, which essentially is the industry's MVNO, a new MVNO in the South African marketplace. WOW Track, which provides the industry with transport management operations, and WOW Pay, which is essentially the payments infrastructure. WOW Fuel, which gives the industry a rebate with 4 of the major fuel majors. WOW Wi-Fi, WOW Scholar Transport, and WOW Cooperative Management. The benefits to operators, drivers, gotchis, and workers will be that of a formalized and transparent system. Thank you.
All right, I don't know if we're having a technical difficulty. There are a couple of videos that we sent. Sandra, I don't know if you've got the next. Otherwise, I can talk to the case study. I think in the absence, I don't want to waste everybody's time. Let me just talk a little bit about what you're going to see on the video. The challenge with a project like this is it's actually the largest cooperative project in South Africa. South Africa, unlike the rest of Africa, its cooperative sector has gone backwards since the end of apartheid. The big farming cooperatives that were built over the years were converted into companies, and the cooperative sector has been, unfortunately, really neglected, even though it is a major part of the ANC's policy that they made in 1969 to say that cooperatives would form a pillar of the economy. The truth is that we're being gobbled up by the capitalist model where our real economy is built on online gambling, microloans, and consumer credit. And it's the lack of cooperatives in the space that has really led to the biggest Gini coefficient in the world. So what this project is about is it's about almost legitimizing cooperatives and making them relevant in the fourth industrial revolution, making them relevant at a time where in South Africa, everyone's perception of a cooperative is, 3 tunnels with failed crop and nothing significant achieved. So this is really a big deal for South Africa. And the other thing why cooperatives are so important at the moment is that we have largely a dysfunctional regional government. And at the municipal level, there is massive service delivery failure. So the real answer to solving a lot of our problems is self-organizing. And what we are working on with our partners is changing the collective mindset to one of where the government has created an expectation that everything is free and the government is there to provide. And the cooperative sector's not about that. So it's about changing that mindset and showing people that a cooperative can actually be a serious player in the economy. The taxi industry in South Africa is the largest Black-owned business in the country. It represents billions and billions of rands of turnover, yet they own no infrastructure, they own no petrol stations. They are still nothing but consumers, even though they have this massive industry that is in the palm of their hands. So part of this technology is not just about payments, but it's about finance. Because now we can introduce things like revenue-based finance collection to avoid the biggest hassle, which is when you run a monthly debit order at the end of the month. If the taxi driver hasn't deposited the cash in the bank, the debit order bounces, and 10,000 of those bounce every month. So here's a completely new way to collect the money, which significantly reduces the risk of default, because you know on day 2 that the person isn't where they're supposed to be, not at the end of the month. So what this is doing is it's creating a mechanism where they can now leverage this amazing business and use it to create some financial leverage so that they can invest in things like shopping centers. They take everybody to the shopping centers, but they don't own equity in any of them. They could be have spares, repairs, but because they've been unable to pull capital, because the banking system is so unfriendly to cooperatives, and because it really is virtually has been impossible in terms of the banking legislation, where every cooperative in South Africa had to actually just have a commercial banking account to operate, and it's incredibly inefficient. So this is a very much a transformative project in getting people to rethink what a cooperative is. And that's where also a product like Wow Mobile, where the cooperative will be issuing its own branded SIM card that runs on MTN network, but it's their billing, it's their marketing, it's their customer. It starts to them to compete with the retailers who are offering SIM cards and the banks who are offering phones. So it's really getting them to rethink what they are. And then the other amazing revolution that is set to dawn is the e-commerce has not taken off in the townships in South Africa because of 2 reasons. There's been no secure way to pay online, and there's been no way to get deliveries delivered to a place where there is no address. But it is the third shack on the left. And what this project brings together is the opportunity to bring taxis into that last mile supply chain, to extend e-commerce to the small merchants who trade in the townships and rural areas. Because that's really one of the big challenges that we face as a country, and I think you'll see it all over Africa, is all of the development is concentrated in the cities, and as soon as you move out, it almost becomes zero. And with connectivity and satellite and digital being something that can really be ubiquitous, I think for the first time we can start to address the massive inequalities in the economic activity in and amongst the communities. The other thing that this technology does is it gives everybody the ability to vote and to participate democratically. The province of the Eastern Cape is massive. I'm sure Germany and France can fit inside the province alone. So it's very geographically spread. And it's really difficult to run a large organization without systems. And everything at the moment they're doing is manual. So this is going to transform the way they do business. It's also going to transform the way they get finance, because their cost of capital, of the people supplying capital to the industry, at the moment is in the region of 11, 12%, and they'll end up paying an effective 29%. Very difficult to run a profitable business with those high interest rates, and a cooperative financing structure would be perfect. So the last major innovation, I think that financial innovation that we bring is we're creating a first loss pool through the use of blockchain and smart contracts, so that the industry can invest first funds, and that'll bring the cost of capital down for everybody. So these are all very innovative and groundbreaking really approaches where the tools allow us to manage and achieve those objectives. And I think that this is a project that we're certainly monitoring closely. We have an economic team who's looking at the impact, and we're doing this community by community, province by province, so that we can understand, how to drive adoption, what are the pain points, and use this as a model that we can scale throughout Africa, because everybody essentially has the same problem. As long as transport remains something that we have to pay for in cash, we can never go digital. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonny, is Mary still around?
Yes, hi.
Perfect. Okay, no, because,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. So now we have you both on the screen. Do you have other colleagues with you today, so we can put them on screen? Because for the moment, we only see you both.
I'm not sure if George is here. If George is here, if you could
Show yourself.
hand up. Show yourself.
Yeah, George and Hassan.
Yeah, Hassan. I'm not sure if Hassan's here.
Okay,
I think Hassan and Paul submitted one of the videos. It was really around the technology and the details around the technology solution. We have submitted those. I think Sunny's covered the whole picture quite well. I think what we could do is, share the videos afterwards for people to look at in their time, and with their presentation with what we've kind of covered at a high level. I think we should possibly just open it to questions.
Well, maybe before we do, I can fill in for Hassan and just talk a little bit about the technology and why it's also so groundbreaking. This is the first major implementation of stable coins in the retail environment, certainly at the scale. By moving it to blockchain and to stable coins, brings down our last real cost, which is the settlement cost, because we now have atomic settlement, and there's no clearing. Everybody's getting paid instantly. And that's also part of our whole model about not having intermediaries and not having somebody who can hold on to the funds. The other thing that's very important to the design, and I think the success in any developing country, is the problem with mass adoption of money is it has to work everywhere. And the reason people resort to cash is it might be dangerous, it might be that you can only use it in person, but at least it works, and it works everywhere. So even if you go to the most remote rural area, you can pay with cash, but they may not have cell phone reception. So part of our technology stack is a card or a chip on your phone. It uses the chip on your phone, and you can load money onto your phone or onto your card and take it with you, and you can spend it, and the only thing the other person needs is a phone. So it removes the need to have a cell phone connection to transfer the value, which is going to be a game changer. It's like the Octopus or Oyster card. It just has never been adopted at scale in Africa. So that allows people to take that money home with them with the confidence that they know that they can spend it, but it's also safe if somebody tries to steal it. So I think from a technology point of view, that's important. And then we've also onboarded the cooperative with the latest and greatest CRM software, all cloud-based technology, which once people are onboarded, it gives them the tools that any kind of sophisticated organization would have to stay in contact with their people, to advertise to them, to sell to them, to communicate, and so on. So This really is a digital-first cooperative, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how we can leverage the technology and the real-time data. Up to now, we have no data, never mind real-time, anytime. It's all manual. So we really are excited about what we can yield from that data. Thank you.
Now, yes. We have some questions here, Najid.
Thank you, Rim. Hello. So
Hi.
I'm Najat. Hi. Thank you very much for your experience and for this innovative tools. Do you expect or maybe you still have a link with social protection program in terms of its tools supposed to help people to formalize and to also maybe to have different kind of social support. So do you have any link with social protection system or formal one or informal one?
No. Unfortunately, the cooperatives get absolutely no support. We have 20 million people who get social grants every month. And then a lot of them go and collect it in cash and will catch a taxi to go there. But so we only have 3.5 million taxpayers, 20 million people on social grants. So our social grant, our social services is now a higher percentage of our tax, of our expenses, government expenses. It's higher than interest for the first time. So we have a massive social services bill, but that goes to paying roughly 10 million people $40 a month in cash with no investment. And what we want to do is we want to help move people off those grants and into cooperatives and to become self-sufficient, because there's very little you can do with $40. So it's a huge issue in the country, and it's part of our program to get people off grants, but they get no support from government. For example, we were supposed to run a training course and government was supposed to pay for it, and at the last minute pulled the funds. So that's typically what happens unfortunately at the moment. The organizations that are there to support initiatives like this are not delivering services at all. They're worse. It's better off not to even try and engage with them, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sonia and Mary. I have a question related to the inclusiveness objective of this initiative. So I was wondering whether the digital and the physical infrastructure in different areas across the country, did help to have a better inclusion of either of areas that are remote or that are poor or that do not have the appropriate both digital and physical infrastructure on the one hand, and on the other, also those categories that were not likely to participate because of some impediments like women or poor categories of the population. So to what extent this initiative really helped achieve a more inclusiveness approach vis-a-vis the digital transformation? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think that the level that we're dealing at is the level that digital transformation needs to happen in Africa. The people that we're dealing with are the ones who are unbanked but employed, or unbanked but going to school. So they're economically active, and it's everybody. As I say, even the social grant recipients, when they go collect their grant, they're catching a taxi to get there. So there's almost nobody in the lower LSMs that doesn't use this mode of transport. And that's why it's actually the ideal way to drive financial inclusion, I think, across Africa. because you can get adoption. It's very difficult to get adoption if you're a bank or a network operator. Everybody's competing. They want the customer to have their wallet, M-Pesa, Momo. But at the end of the day, what we're advocating for is stablecoins and central bank digital currency, where you can have one currency in the country that's digital or an interoperable one that everybody can use. Because if it doesn't work for the people who are getting grants, if it doesn't work for the people who are living off the $30, if we can't get them digital, we're never going to get them off grants. So we need that data because we need to aggregate. And so it's absolutely critical, this project in terms of inclusion. And there have been many attempts to take the taxi industry cashless in South Africa, many. And they have all failed, and they have all failed to involve the industry. This is the first initiative that's been driven by the industry to solve their own problems, and hasn't had any government involvement. So we're optimistic that we've baked this correctly. But yeah, this is absolutely at the very, very bottom of the communities that we're helping by digitizing and by giving them bank accounts that they can use not only for the taxi, but to buy at the local merchants is going to be transformative for them.
Hey, first of all, Mary, Sony, thank you for the confidence and also the energy that you put into this project. We could feel that you're leveraging technology for the well-being of people. I'm Charles Crevier. I work for the ILO, and we actually work a lot with South Africa in building a social protection floor, more building with the states and building a system that. It's okay. Oh, I think it's
yeah, I can hear you loud.
No, I think the voice is there, right? I'm quite interested in your ability to go deeper in the informal economy and having a product that is linked to the needs of people in terms of livelihood, in terms of like how they're able to build a living out of it. My question is like, how can we use your technology to move from like a very high level of like informal sectors and to formalize the economy bit by bit? And what is the relationship with the states? I think that was one of the questions that was also mentioned by Najad here. Is there needs for, let's say, social health?
Yes, absolutely. And we work with the state. We have a great relationship. And we've worked with Ruth Bengu, who's chairperson of the National Development Agency, which is the development agency for grant recipients. So I would say there's very much an opportunity to help there. So the interesting thing is, how do people live on $40 a day? They don't. We reckon about 25 to 30% of those people have a small business, and they're taking that money, they're pooling it, and that's their working capital. If we could give them some more working capital for stock, their income will go up and they'll be able to earn a living wage. So the opportunity to finance into that sector. And then we've also done some projects where we've built pack houses in Marikana, where there was that massacre with the miners. The mine there gave us some money. We built a pack house, and now we're bringing farmers into the supply chain and starting off with feeding themselves, because I mean that's actually where we could start and where we can get people off grant. So there are retail opportunities and agricultural opportunities to feed into that supply chain. What happened, unfortunately, is most of the people go and collect their grant at a major supermarket chain, with the one that happens to now be the biggest in Africa, because they've been the biggest recipient of these social grants. They must get 100 billion rand a year of customers who go there to collect their grant. And whilst they're there, they spend the money at the chain store. They could be spending it in their local community on goods that they bought that were grown at a local farmer. And we need coordination to do that. We've got all the right people. Ruth's got a cooperative development NGO. We've got the process, the experience. We really need some help to coordinate, I think, with government and to get some pilots off the ground.
If I may, maybe just to extend a bit my question here, we're working on some initiative, let's say in Senegal, where in the taxi sectors, they self-organize in a way that they receive some social protection benefits, which came as a need, as a request, as something they wanted to put together. But gradually what we have seen is like, there's more interaction with the states. There's people that are engaging more in fiscal obligation, and that's also one of the questions I have for you. Do you have more people paying taxes for like the global goods of the countries? And to what extent you see that your initiative and the technology can really help South Africa having a greater number of like workers to contribute to the overall kind of spending of the government, using your help, using your technology. I would like to have also maybe not too much what happened in the last few years, but your vision of the future. Is there something insightful and kind of promising you see ahead in linking the private sector and the public sector? I'll be interested to know your perspective on it.
Absolutely. It's going to need a public-private partnership. It's unrealistic to expect government to have the capacity to do this. This really requires, the best experts. We ourselves are cooperative, and we've got economic development professors, blockchain experts, experts in agriculture, who've helped us and all contributed. And I think that's what's made this thing so successful. Is you have to go to the best of the best in every one of these sectors. We've got to bring, when I see the amazing things that South African engineers and builders can create, and I don't know if you've been to Cape Town and Sandton, it's world class. We need to spend a bit of that time on the townships and rebuilding them, rebuilding the economies. It's not difficult, actually. The money goes in, goes straight out to the big chains, and it's about the velocity of money. So there really are real things one can do to increase the velocity of money, particularly when it's digital, because then you can finance. And the levels of finance that most of these people need is really small, but it can make a big difference. Particularly like if you can bring down the cost of capital for a taxi driver, it means they'll have to work less hours. In South Africa, we've got lots of Uber drivers who are paying a premium and have to work 30% more than somebody because there's somebody sitting at home getting the interest. So I think that there's a lot of cloud-based technology. We use inventory optimization to improve the supply chain. So I used to consult to that with companies like Walmart, but now with smart contracts, blockchain, and cloud computing, you can bring that sophistication to a small spaza. Now we can give him proper amount of inventory, give him what sells, give him the stuff that's the right margin. And he's still sitting there for 6 hours a day. At the moment, he's sitting there for 6 hours a day with 3 apples and a banana, and the Pakistani store or the guys who have got the access to finance, the foreigners, are eating their lunch. So there's a lot we can do to bring the tools, modern tools, into the economy. And it's also, if you can use WhatsApp or Facebook, if you can send a picture, you can really use most of these tools today. So I think that's where the opportunity lies. And what we're aiming to do is put together a kind of a blockchain-based bond, structured waterfall instrument where we can bring traditional capital, some risk capital, some development finance, and then cooperatives must bring their own money. And we need to create an exchange for cooperatives and for SMMEs, because the huge problem is the lack of liquidity. And if we want to solve something in Africa, it's not giving people bank accounts, giving them finance. And it's not giving them consumer finance, it's giving them productive finance. So the huge opportunity is to unlock that. And if it's done at a macro level and we do some resource planning, we can go into an area and say, well, this is how many farms, and this is where the offtake is going to be. Just to give you some other ideas, we also working on a platform to do cooperative funding of film, so that people can claim their film rebates, and you can do all of that digitally. So these are all things that are happening at the moment, but that are so badly managed. Normally it involves interaction with government, that we can bring more efficiency to the existing money that's already there. And then from a fiscal perspective, many African countries have rolled out fiscal devices where merchants are required to enter in an invoice and it updates to an FTP site so they can collect the VAT. It's a burden, and it's not used to the extent it should be. With a platform like this, we can monitor real-time tax, we can collect tax real-time, we can distribute it real-time, because you can do a micro collection. And also, you can see where the services are required because we've got all of this data, including transport data. So what I would like to see is a focused PPP where we can maximize the efficiency on the funding, bring down the cost of capital, and then have these projects that can run on blockchain with complete transparency. We can see where the money is being spent, and we can measure the impact. So we've spent the last 15 years working with global experts to come up with these various tools, but it needed the market to be where it's at now, where we have a ubiquitous digital currency future. Whether it's central bank digital currency, wholesale or retail, or whether it's stable coins, I think will depend on the country and the regulatory environment and the strength of the commercial banks in that market. But at the end of the day, what we're working on ultimately is we're working with a company called Red Date out of Hong Kong to create a universal digital payment network so that it doesn't matter what topology you've gone with, what the environment is in a respective country. Everybody can pay everybody instantly for free. That's our objective. If we could do that across cross-border remittances across the continent of Africa, it would increase the GDP of the whole continent. 20% of the country, a lot of countries are 20% of the GDP is coming from remittances, and the costs are still ridiculously high. But for what we see is the opportunity not just to bring down the costs, but to, instead of that money going to or being sent and turned into money and spent in the formal sector, it's an opportunity when they send money home to also control how it gets spent on the other side and incentivize the development of the local economy. And we have tools that allow us to optimize that. But this is definitely a question of scale. I think one needs as much experience and different use cases so we can collaborate to get the scale that we need.
I have one question about your business model. I wanted to know how, because I read on the website that all of the transactions are free. So I was wondering how do you make money? And in the platform economy, normally, I think one critical point is to reach enough customers so the business is becoming financially sustainable. And if you fail to do that, I mean, the business model didn't work out. So how long did it took for you to reach that point? How many years?
Yeah, it took 15 years to reach that point, and the way we did it was through a combination of things. So our model, because we're a cooperative and our members pay to join, we have a pay once and done joining fee, and that's how we've overcome the long tail. Because for the other revenue models to kick in requires a more scale than one wants to fund. So we front load it with a membership fee. So everybody in the taxi industry is paying their membership fee, signing up for the cooperative, and then gets access to all the tools. And then in terms of an ongoing sustainable revenue model, we've got two things that we do. The one is when somebody pays and they get a receipt, an email, an SMS, a WhatsApp, we have targeted ads at that point. We don't spam you. You'll never see an ad. It'll be in a receipt, and it's based on your spending patterns, but also what's in stock at the retailers because we're financing retail. So we're going to make sure that we can deliver customers what they're looking for at better prices and give them value. And for that, we take a share of the saving. The other revenue comes from working capital finance. So if we finance a business, we would typically charge 3% of revenue, and there's a margin in that. So those are our three main revenue streams, and that's what makes it sustainable. And then that revenue we share with the ecosystem. So we're trying to position ourselves also as like the Spotify of blockchain. So we have a lot of technology partners who are part of our tech stack, who provide, whether it's wallets or inventory optimization or whatever it may be, And in our model, we pay everybody their share of the revenue that we earn so that we can aggregate the customer base, because it's very difficult for all of these businesses to get to the point where they have the 10, 20, 30 million customers that they need for their model to work. So we become the aggregator, and we're working with some very large multinational companies now who have joined our platform. And we recently also just partnered with the Crypto Valley Association out of Zug, Switzerland, where we're looking at building a center of excellence in Ethiopia. And it's all about creating a global ecosystem and creating this interoperable way to pay everybody. And it's really amazing when you see how easy it is and how quick it can be. So we would like to have, by the end of the year, a stable coin or CBDC coin for every African country, so that one can just go from one currency to the other. Technically, it's not difficult. We have the banking relationships, and we're working with a number of central banks across the continent, particularly in Ethiopia, where there's a massive opportunity because they don't have capital markets. It's only all just starting now. So we need to push this technology hard and fast because we're also fighting the colonialization of Africa through technology. Because if it's going to be Google and Facebook and the usual suspects who land up owning the data, I think we're going to be really sorry. We don't have to do that in Africa. They're not entrenched. There is the opportunity to create cooperative-based social networks, cooperative-based mobile operators, cooperative-based software companies. And I think that's another thing that requires collaboration.
Sonia, I have a couple of comments and questions. This is a very interesting solution to organize the cooperative sector, of course, not only in the taxi industry, which is the use case that you are working on for the moment, but also in other sectors which suffer from informality and the lack of liquidity. So this certainly can bring liquidity to specific market and help certain players who are completely excluded from the value chain to contribute to the overall inclusive development. So this is, of course, if it's implemented carefully and well, and if the technology and the platform that you have built works properly. And I like the idea that you have this free model, but of course it's with subscription in a way, long-term subscription, which can later on be enhanced to specific services that can be paid for.
Correct.
And so on. So, I mean, for sure, in terms of, of course, one has to dig a bit into the technology, understand a bit more how you did it and so on. But of course, these cashless payment solutions, they work. We know that they work in Africa.
Right.
For example, if we take the case of M-Pesa in Kenya, it has really made a stride, and it has worked properly, particularly for example, women cooperatives led by women in the farming industry, and also can work in many other sectors which are unstructured. Like, for example, I can take the case of Ghana, the galamseys. So, of course, if there is willingness of the governments to organize them. So, apart from I would say the potential and the opportunities that this brings in terms of cashless payments and developing an exchange even of the digital coins based on the work that is in there. And obviously later on it could be connected to the official sector. I mean, of course, this means that you need to, as what Charles mentioned, it's the opportunities for private-public partnerships and eventually connecting with the tax policy if people are willing to share their, this with, and then of course if they trust their own organized institutions. So that's also connected to the credibility of the institutions, because we know that informality sometimes grows where there is no credibility to certain institutions. So I'm not going to dwell into this now, but then even sometimes when the requirements are too high and too strict, then informality also surge. I mean, many countries in Europe, there's high informality too. So, we don't know. My questions are related to something else, which is the data collection. Since we are also working on a data age and information, since if I understand well, your system is also GPS tracking. It has a tracking system for, and also you have real-time monitoring, since you could also use the digital solutions on the spaces, you know, where the taxis are going around in the country. And this is, of course, interesting because not only you will have the capability, I don't know if you have the capability or infrastructure to monitor. Okay, now my question is, what happens if you monitor and there is something to do? So will you be able to do it, or you just...
Yes. No, so the taxi industry is running an op center, and the amazing thing is you don't have to monitor it. It's monitored by AI. So if somebody goes through a red robot, it'll alert the center. If somebody has an accident, it'll alert the center. And for the first time, we'll also know who's on the taxi, because at the moment, you know, you've got no idea. So we'll be able to dispatch an ambulance, and we've actually put together an insurance product where, as part of the fare, it covers the trip from the accident scene to a hospital, because we don't have good ambulance service, so it guarantees private ambulance. So this is going to make a huge difference to road safety. I don't want to lie what the latest figures, but it's thousands of people die on our roads every year. Thousands, between, I think it's around 4,000. I don't want to, I need to fact check that, but it's thousands. And this will make a massive difference. It's not only monitoring the driver and the passengers, but it's also monitoring the traffic. So, you know, if it's not their fault, for the first time, there'll be a record. So yes, it's all automatically monitored, and we have an op center. It's state of the art. It's amazing, the technology that's available for remote vehicle management.
So the data that you collect, is it freely available, or I mean, you can visualize it to others, or it's only proprietary?
Well, you know, it's we can absolutely make it available to others, like the Department of Transport and so on. So it belongs to the taxi industry, and it's very well managed and protected, and POPIA and GDPR and compliant in terms of the data and who, you know, who's who. But yes, that's data that will be very, very useful to government, from schools to hospitals to infrastructure planning. I think it'll be fascinating for them to see where people actually go. And then also from a scholar transport, for the first time, we'll be tracking that. At the moment, taxis are dedicated to picking up children in the morning, take them to school, and then collect them. And that whole process is managed using paper invoices. It's an absolute nightmare. So for the first time, also from a safety point of view, you'll know that your child is on the taxi and that they got off the taxi, and the parents get notified. So there are a lot of areas where security will definitely help, and where the technology is making a big difference.
I mean, my recommendation is also to for you to collaborate with research organizations in South Africa. Then they do research on your data, of course, with whatever agreement you have with them, so you can really what all the claims you are making,
right,
evidenced by science. Also, this is important, no?
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I think this was very inspiring, and good luck for this endeavor. I think this is great. I mean, we will keep talking, Sonia and Mary and all the colleagues, to see how we could enlarge those use cases in Africa. So,
you're almost welcome to come and catch a taxi in the Eastern Cape anytime. It's on us.
yes, so that's a long trip. That's a long trip from Barcelona.
Sorry, the taxi ride's on us. Okay, not plane ride. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay,
thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay, I think we are on time. We only have 12 minutes. 12 minutes I see here. So we have the social activity of every year. So this is the Christmas night light in São Paulo. So it's very nice around. We are we will go together walk. I mean, we are stationed here. So this is our. You know. And then I don't know. We have a dinner or everybody does. No.